I remember the rain that night. Not the soft, gentle kind that lulls you to sleep, but the harsh, unrelenting downpour that seems determined to wash away every trace of humanity from the streets. London had been suffering through 3 straight days of this biblical deluge, and I was desperate for a dry place with decent Wi-Fi after my flat's internet had gone down. That's how I found myself pushing through the door of Night Owl, one of those pop-up internet cafes that appear and disappear within months, the kind that exists in that grey area between legitimate business and something else entirely. I should have noticed the warning signs immediately, the blacked-out windows, the lack of other customers despite the weather, the way the attendant barely looked at me as he took my cash. £5 for unlimited time, no ID required, no questions asked. I was a university student back then, working on my dissertation about online communities and digital anthropology. I'd been spending months researching the surface web, but my supervisor had hinted that my work lacked depth, that I needed to explore the darker corners of the internet to truly understand the full spectrum of online behavior. Looking back now, I wonder if he knew what he was sending me into, or if he was just another academic who thought the dark web was merely an interesting theoretical concept rather than the nightmare I was about to experience. The cafe had about 12 stations, each isolated from the others by tall, opaque dividers. Privacy booths, the attendant had called them when I asked. I settled into booth 7, noticing the high-end computer setup. Much better than what you'd typically find in a place charging only £5. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, the keyboard mechanical and responsive. It felt like a setup designed for extended use, not casual browsing. I'd done my homework before venturing into the dark web, downloaded Tor, learned about OPSEC, read countless Reddit threads from people claiming to have explored the hidden services. I thought I was prepared. I thought I was being cautious. I remember thinking how silly all those horror stories seemed now that I was actually doing it. Just another internet connection, just another browser, just different websites. Nothing to be afraid of if you were smart about it. The first hour or so was exactly what I expected. Linked directories, forums discussing privacy, some marketplaces selling things that would make your average high street shopper raise an eyebrow, but nothing that shocked me. I took notes diligently, occasionally glancing around the empty cafe, relieved to have the place to myself. The rain continued to batter the windows, creating a white noise that almost made the environment cozy despite the harsh fluorescent lighting. Then, just as I was considering packing up, satisfied with my initial exploration, a message popped up in the corner of the screen. Not an email or a chat window that I'd opened, just text appearing directly on my desktop. The message mentioned something about Booth 7, always bringing in curious ones. I felt that initial spike of adrenaline, that primal response telling me something wasn't right. But I rationalized it immediately. The cafe must monitor their systems. The attendant had probably noticed me accessing Tor and was having a laugh. Perhaps this was even some kind of automated message triggered by certain browsing patterns. I ignored it and continued browsing, clicking through to a forum discussing digital anonymity. Another message appeared, saying they'd been watching me and asking if I wanted to see something real, mentioning Booth 7 was ready for a player. I should have left then. I should have gathered my things, walked out into the rain, and never looked back. Instead, I found myself typing a response, curiosity overwhelming caution. I simply asked who it was. The response was immediate. Some group called Run the Gauntlet, saying I was on their network and my session had been selected. Before I could respond, my browser closed itself and reopened, displaying a black page with a simple interface. A video player in the center, a chat sidebar on the right, and what looked like a scoreboard on the left showing numbers. The video feed showed an empty room with bare concrete walls, a table, and a single chair. The lighting was harsh, industrial. It looked like a basement, or perhaps an abandoned industrial space. At this point, I tried to close the browser, but nothing happened. I tried Control-Alt-Delete, but the system didn't respond. I reached for the power button on the tower, but it was locked behind some kind of case. I considered simply walking out, but something held me there. Academic curiosity, morbid fascination, or perhaps just the paralysis of fear beginning to take hold. The chat sidebar was active with messages scrolling by too quickly to read properly, but I caught fragments about a new player in booth 7, an unwitting participant, something about a London node being active and starting bids at £5,000. Whilst I was still processing what I was seeing, a man entered the frame of the video. He wore a balaclava and spoke directly to the camera in accented English. I couldn't place the accent precisely. Eastern European, perhaps. He explained the situation without emotion, like he was reading a weather report. I was now part of a real-time game, selected because of my browsing patterns and location. Booth 7, he explained, was their London gateway, and tonight I wasn't just an observer, but a participant. The rules were simple and terrifying. A variation of Russian roulette. 6 players, 6 rounds. Each round, players would be randomly selected to face the gun. Those who survived would continue to the next round. Those who didn't, well, the implication was clear, without needing elaboration. The winners would walk away with their lives and a share of the money being bet on them by viewers. I was player 6, he informed me. The other 5 were in similar booths across different locations: Prague, Berlin, Moscow, Kiev, and Manchester. All of us had stumbled into this network unwittingly. All of us were now locked into our stations. He explained calmly that we couldn't leave until the game was complete. The booths were secured, emergency exits monitored. He even knew the police response time to my location, 11 minutes. The game would take 9. To demonstrate the reality of the situation, he pointed the camera toward a wall where 5 screens showed feeds from other booths. I could see the other participants, a young woman with purple hair frantically trying to get someone's attention outside her booth, a middle-aged man sitting perfectly still as if in shock, a teenager who appeared to be crying, and 2 others who seemed to be trying to break out of their stations. I felt my heart rate accelerating, my palms sweating as I realized the full gravity of what was happening. This wasn't some elaborate prank or digital simulation. The terror on those people's faces was unmistakably real. The first round began. The roulette selected player 3, the teenager, and player 5, a man who looked to be in his 30s. On screen, 2 men in balaclavas approached them, each holding what appeared to be real handguns. They placed the guns against the participants' temples. The chat exploded with activity, spectators placing bets, commenting on the participants' reactions, discussing the odds as if this were just another sporting event. I was watching in numb horror, unable to look away, unable to fully process that this was happening in real time. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. A hollow click from player 3's gun. Relief washed over his young face, tears streaming down his cheeks. Player 5 wasn't so fortunate. The sound was deafening even through my speakers, a sharp crack that seemed to reverberate through my entire body. I won't describe what happened next. I can't. Even now, years later, That image is burned into my memory in a way that no amount of therapy has been able to erase. The man in the balaclava returned to the center of the room, casually informing the survivors that round 2 would begin shortly. 1 down, 4 to go. My odds were improving, he noted, with chilling detachment. I was in full panic mode now, looking around desperately for any way out. The dividers between booths reached almost to the ceiling. The door to my booth had no internal handle. I tried shouting for help, but the booth seemed to be soundproofed. My voice felt muffled, contained, as if the air itself was conspiring to silence me. Round 2 began. The selector chose players 1 and 6. My number. My heart felt like it might explode from my chest. On screen, a man approached my booth, visible now on one of the wall monitors. I hadn't even noticed the camera above my station. He was coming for me, and there was nowhere to run. I heard the cafe door open and close, footsteps approaching. I was frantically looking for anything I could use as a weapon, but the booth was minimalist, just the computer, chair, and a small shelf. The footsteps stopped outside my booth. I could see a shadow beneath the door. I pressed myself against the far corner, as if those few extra inches might somehow save me. The door opened, and a man entered, tall, wearing a black coat, his face concealed by a balaclava, just like in the video. In his hand was what looked like a real pistol. He addressed me quietly as Player 6, London Node, telling me it was my turn. He approached slowly, methodically, the gun hanging loosely at his side. I was begging, pleading, offering money, anything. He didn't respond, his eyes visible through the holes in the balaclava, coldly assessing me. Eventually he spoke, his voice almost gentle. "Just a game," he said. "Someone always loses." I closed my eyes as he pressed the cold metal against my temple. In that moment, everything slowed down. I could hear the rain outside, the soft hum of the computer fan, my own ragged breathing. I thought about my parents, how they would never know what happened to me, how I'd become just another missing person statistic. The man counted down, 3, 2, 1. Click. Empty chamber. The relief that flooded through me was almost painful, a physical sensation that made my legs buckle. I slid down the wall to the floor, gasping for air. The man lowered the gun and turned to leave without a word. On screen, Player 1 wasn't as fortunate. Another crack, another life ended for the entertainment of unseen spectators. I won't recount the remaining rounds in detail. Each was a repeat of the same horrific pattern. By some miracle, or perhaps cruel twist of fate, my number didn't come up again. One by one, the other players faced their turns and lost, until only the purple-haired woman and I remained. Final round, the ultimate game, 1 bullet, 2 players. The chat was frenzied now, massive sums being wagered on which of us would walk away. The selector chose Player 6 again. Me. This time, when the door opened, I didn't beg. A strange calm had settled over me, the kind that comes when terror exceeds your capacity to process it. The man raised the gun again. I stared directly into his eyes, refusing to look away, refusing to close my eyes. If this was my end, I would face it. 3, 2, 1. Click. Nothing. Which meant... On screen, I watched as the purple-haired woman's expression shifted from hope to understanding to terror in the space of a heartbeat. The final shot rang out. Game over. The man in my booth lowered his gun. His words were few but clear. I had survived. My session was ending. He left, closing the door behind him. On screen, the host announced me as the winner. The chat exploded with messages, some congratulating, others expressing disappointment, all discussing the event as if it were just entertainment, not the systematic murder of 5 innocent people. The system unlocked. The browser closed itself. The computer returned to its desktop as if nothing had happened. After what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes, I managed to stand on shaking legs and push open the door of the booth. The cafe was empty. The attendant was gone. Even the sign outside had been removed, leaving just a blank storefront. I stumbled out into the rain, which was still falling heavily, now mixing with my tears as I blindly made my way through the streets. I went to the police, of course. They investigated, but found nothing. The building had been rented under a false identity. The computer in booth 7 had been wiped clean, with no evidence of what I'd witnessed. The other locations couldn't be traced. Without evidence, my story sounded like the delusion of a mentally disturbed student who'd spent too much time researching internet horror stories. I tried to find information about the other victims, searching news reports for missing persons matching their descriptions. There were too many possibilities, too many people who disappear without a trace every day. I'll never know who they were. It's been years now. I've tried to move on, to convince myself it was some elaborate hoax or hallucination. But deep down, I know what I saw. Sometimes, when I'm online late at night, I catch myself checking my desktop for unexpected messages. And whenever I pass an internet cafe with privacy booths, I walk quickly to the other side of the street, my heart racing at the memory of booth 7 and the game I never agreed to play. The worst part isn't the nightmares or the constant paranoia. It's the knowledge that somewhere out there Run the Gauntlet is still operating, still selecting unwitting participants, still entertaining those who pay to watch. And every time it rains heavily, I wonder who's sitting in booth 7 tonight. I referred a patient to someone I thought was a legitimate specialist, and 6 months later I discovered what those appointments had actually involved. The guilt of that still wakes me up most nights, knowing I sent someone into danger whilst believing I was helping them. I'm a GP working at a surgery in Cardiff, been there for around 12 years now. It's the sort of practice where you get to know your patients properly, see the same families for years, watch children grow up and elderly patients gradually decline. I'd always taken pride in that continuity of care, in being someone people could trust with their health concerns. Last spring, a pharmaceutical rep named Helen started visiting the surgery. Nothing unusual about that. Drug companies send representatives to practices all the time, promoting their products and leaving samples. Helen was professional and knowledgeable, representing a company I'd vaguely heard of but didn't know much about. She focused mainly on pain management medications and treatments for chronic conditions. Over several months, Helen became a regular presence at the surgery. She'd drop by every few weeks, always polite and never pushy, just making herself available if any of us wanted to discuss her company's products. She brought lunch for the staff occasionally, remembered people's birthdays, the sort of relationship building that pharmaceutical reps typically engage in. During one of her visits, Helen mentioned that her company had started offering a specialized pain management program for patients with complex chronic conditions. It was being piloted in select areas, combining medication with physiotherapy and psychological support. She explained that they were looking for general practitioner practices willing to refer suitable patients for assessment. The program sounded legitimate enough. Helen provided detailed literature about it, including information about the specialists involved and the treatment protocols they used. She emphasized that it was completely free for patients, funded by her company as part of a research initiative into integrated pain management approaches. All I needed to do was identify patients who might benefit and provide their details for the assessment team to contact them. I had several patients who fit the criteria perfectly. People with chronic back pain, fibromyalgia, arthritis that wasn't responding well to conventional treatments. These were individuals I'd been treating for years, watching them struggle with pain that significantly impacted their quality of life. The idea that they could access specialized support at no cost seemed like an opportunity I couldn't ignore. I discussed the program with 3 of my patients, all middle-aged women dealing with different chronic pain conditions. I explained what Helen had told me about the integrated approach and the research component. All 3 agreed to be referred, grateful for the chance to try something that might help where other treatments had failed. Helen collected their details and contact information. She assured me the assessment team would be in touch with them within a fortnight to arrange initial consultations. She mentioned that the appointments would take place at a private clinic in Bristol, about an hour's drive from Cardiff, and that transport could be arranged if needed. Over the next few months, I'd check in with those 3 patients during their regular appointments. They all mentioned they'd been contacted and had attended initial assessments. The reports seemed positive but vague. They'd mentioned seeing specialists and undergoing various examinations, but when I asked for specifics, they'd say they'd been asked not to discuss the details until the program was complete. Something about maintaining research integrity. That should have concerned me more than it did. The vagueness of their descriptions, the emphasis on confidentiality, the fact that I never received any clinical updates from the specialists supposedly managing their care. But I was busy. The patients seemed reasonably satisfied with the attention they were receiving, and I had no concrete reason to question what Helen had told me. It was one of my colleagues who first raised doubts. Dr. Patel mentioned during a staff meeting that she'd tried to research Helen's pharmaceutical company and couldn't find much information about them online. The company had a basic website but no significant presence, no press releases about their research programs, nothing that suggested they were legitimate players in the pharmaceutical industry. That conversation prompted me to do my own research. I searched for the pain management program Helen had described and found absolutely nothing. No published studies, no mentions in medical journals, no references to the Bristol clinic where my patients were supposedly being treated. I tried searching for the specialists Helen had named in her literature, and while some of them existed, none were actually affiliated with the company or program she'd described. I called Helen's mobile number, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried the company's main number from their website, and it rang endlessly without being answered. I emailed the addresses Helen had provided, and all my messages bounced back as undeliverable. That's when I started to panic. I'd referred 3 of my patients to what was apparently a fake medical program, providing their personal details and medical information to someone I now realized I knew almost nothing about. I had no idea where they had actually been going for those appointments or who they'd been seeing. I contacted all 3 patients immediately, asking them to come in for urgent appointments. 2 of them attended within days. The third, a woman named Margaret, who'd been dealing with chronic back pain for years, didn't respond to my calls or messages. When I tried her emergency contact, her daughter told me Margaret had moved away suddenly about a month earlier and hadn't left a forwarding address. The 2 patients who did come in were reluctant to discuss the program at first. They'd been told that breaking confidentiality before the research concluded would disqualify them from receiving the full treatment benefits. But when I explained my concerns about the program's legitimacy, they started sharing details that made my stomach turn. The appointments hadn't taken place at a medical clinic. They'd been conducted at a residential property in Bristol, a large house that had been fitted out to look clinical, but wasn't a registered medical facility. The so-called specialists weren't doctors or physiotherapists. The examinations had been intrusive and humiliating, involving extensive photography and video recording that the patients were told was necessary for medical documentation. They'd been given medications during these sessions, pills and injections that supposedly targeted their pain conditions, but that neither patient could identify. The medications made them drowsy and compliant, which is why they couldn't recall all the details of what happened during their appointments. What they did remember suggested the examinations went far beyond anything medically necessary or appropriate. Both women described feeling violated but not understanding why at the time. The people conducting the examinations had used proper medical terminology and maintained a clinical atmosphere, which made it difficult to recognize that what was happening was actually abuse disguised as treatment. They'd trusted the program because their GP had referred them to it, never imagining I'd send them somewhere dangerous. I reported everything to the police and the General Medical Council immediately. The police investigation uncovered that Helen wasn't a pharmaceutical rep at all. She was part of a group that targeted medical practices, posing as legitimate company representatives to gain access to patient information and identify vulnerable individuals who could be exploited. The house in Bristol, where the appointments had taken place, was owned by someone with no medical qualifications whatsoever. The property had been deliberately set up to resemble a clinical environment, complete with examination tables, medical equipment, and official-looking documentation. Everything designed to maintain the illusion of legitimacy, whilst actual abuse was taking place. The police found recording equipment throughout the house. Everything that happened during those appointments had been filmed from multiple angles, apparently for distribution, rather than any medical purpose. They discovered files containing videos of dozens of women, not just my 3 patients, but many others who'd been referred by different doctors across Wales and the southwest of England. The recordings had been uploaded to a website on the dark web, marketed as genuine medical examinations conducted without the patient's knowledge or consent. The site charged for access to different categories of content, with prices varying based on the type of examination and the patient's appearance. My patients' videos were among hundreds available for viewing and download. What made it particularly disturbing was how the scheme exploited the trust inherent in medical relationships. The fake programs specifically targeted patients with chronic pain conditions because those individuals were often desperate for help and willing to try treatments they might otherwise question. They trusted their doctors' referrals implicitly, never imagining a general practitioner would unknowingly direct them into such a situation. The investigation revealed that Helen and her associates had been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting multiple GP practices across the region. They'd refined their approach over time, learning which types of doctors were most likely to make referrals without extensive verification. Busy practices with high patient loads were ideal targets because doctors didn't have time to thoroughly investigate every program or specialist they encountered. I had to contact every patient I'd ever discussed the program with, even those who hadn't been referred, to ensure they hadn't been approached independently by Helen's group. I had to explain to the families of those who had been referred what their loved ones had actually experienced during those appointments. The conversations were devastating, watching people realize that medical authority had been used to facilitate abuse. The 2 patients who'd attended my urgent appointments both reported significant trauma from the experience. They'd sought medical help for legitimate pain conditions and ended up being violated and filmed without their knowledge. The medications they'd been given had made it difficult to resist or fully comprehend what was happening, which added another layer of violation to the whole experience. Margaret, the patient who disappeared, was eventually located living in a hostel in Birmingham. She'd left Cardiff suddenly after realizing something was wrong with the program and feeling too ashamed to explain to anyone what had happened. She was the patient who'd attended the most appointments, around 8 or 9 over 4 months, and she carried the most trauma from the experience. She trusted me completely when I referred her, never questioning that the program might be anything other than what I'd described. The recordings of my patients were removed from that specific website, but the police confirmed they'd been downloaded numerous times before the site was shut down. Those videos existed somewhere in private collections, possibly redistributed through other platforms that law enforcement couldn't access or monitor. The violation was permanent, irreversible, continuing to exist in spaces the victims would never be able to control. Helen and 3 others involved in the scheme were eventually arrested and prosecuted. The sentences seemed inadequate given the scale of what they'd done, the number of women they'd exploited, the systematic way they'd corrupted medical trust to facilitate abuse. Helen received 5 years, serving probably half that before release. The others received similar or lighter sentences. The professional consequences for me were severe. I was formally reprimanded by the GMC for failing to adequately verify the program before making referrals. My defense that I'd been deliberately deceived by sophisticated criminals was noted, but didn't eliminate my responsibility to protect my patients from harm. Several of the affected patients filed complaints, which I couldn't defend against because ultimately I had failed them. My reputation in the medical community was damaged beyond repair. Other GPs knew about what happened, knew that my lack of due diligence had resulted in patients being abused. Pharmaceutical reps stopped visiting because I'd become too cautious, questioning everything to the point of being unable to make normal clinical decisions. Patients started transferring to other practices, unwilling to trust a doctor who'd made such a catastrophic error in judgment. I eventually left that practice and moved to a different part of the country, taking a position at a walk-in center where I see patients only once and have no ongoing responsibility for their care. It's the only type of medical work I can still manage psychologically. The idea of developing long-term patient relationships, of being someone people trust with their health over time, is too frightening now. I can't risk making another referral that might harm someone. I still think about those 3 women constantly, particularly Margaret, who trusted me most completely and suffered most extensively as a result. I think about the appointments I sent them to, believing I was helping them access specialized care when I was actually facilitating their abuse. I think about the videos that still exist somewhere online, permanent records of violations that happened because I didn't ask enough questions or verify information I should have checked. The worst part is knowing it's still happening. Helen's group was one operation, but the police explained these schemes are increasingly common. Criminals pose as medical professionals, pharmaceutical representatives, research coordinators, anything that gives them access to vulnerable patients through the medical system. They exploit doctors' desire to help, patients' desperation for relief, and the trust that makes healthcare possible. I wanted to warn other GPs about what happened, to share my story, so they'd be more careful about verifying referrals and programs. But doing so means publicly acknowledging my failure, potentially exposing my former patients to unwanted attention, and admitting that I'm the doctor who sent vulnerable women into danger. Medical journals weren't interested in publishing something so damaging to the profession's reputation. Conferences didn't want speakers discussing how easily medical trust could be exploited. So instead, I carried this knowledge silently, working in a walk-in center where I treat minor ailments and never have to make complex clinical decisions. I see patients with coughs and rashes and twisted ankles, conditions I can manage without referrals or trust or ongoing relationships. It's not the career I trained for or imagined having, but it's the only way I can continue practicing medicine without the constant fear of harming someone again. Sometimes I search for news about similar schemes, checking if anyone else has fallen for the same trick. I found a few stories about fake medical programs and fraudulent pharmaceutical companies, though none quite like what I experienced. I wonder how many other doctors have made similar mistakes but never discovered the truth, never found out where their referrals actually led. I think about Margaret particularly often, about the trust in her eyes when I explained the program to her, how grateful she was for the opportunity to try something new after years of unsuccessful treatments. She believed I was helping her, and I believed it too. We were both wrong, but my error had consequences she'll live with forever. The recording still exists somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, viewed by people I'll never identify. Those women's pain and vulnerability, which they'd shared with me as their doctor in hopes of finding relief, was converted into something else entirely. Their trust was exploited, their bodies violated, their dignity destroyed, all because I accepted information from someone whose credentials I should have verified but didn't. That's what keeps me awake now. Not dramatic fear or immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent guilt of knowing I facilitated harm to people who trusted me. The knowledge that somewhere online, permanent records exist of violations I enabled. The understanding that no amount of career change or geographical distance can undo what happened or restore what those women lost. I made a mistake, a single mistake born of wanting to help, of being too busy to verify information properly, of trusting someone who presented herself professionally and seemed legitimate. One mistake that echoed outward in ways I couldn't predict, that harmed people I'd sworn to protect, that continues harming them still through videos I can't remove and consequences I can't reverse. That's the reality I live with now, not the horror of malicious intent, but the horror of good intentions weaponized by people who understood exactly how to exploit a doctor's desire to help their patients, and knowing that somewhere, in hidden corners of the internet I'll never access, my failure is still being commodified and viewed, still causing harm, still existing as permanent evidence of the worst mistake I'll ever make. My daughter's face appeared on a website I should never have been able to find, and discovering why it was there has made me question every interaction I've had over the past year. I'm still not sure how much of what happened was random and how much was deliberately orchestrated, but I know I played a part in something I'll never be able to make right. I should explain that I'm a single mother living in Southampton. My daughter, Emma, is 7 years old, bright and cheerful. The sort of child who makes friends easily and trusts people instinctively. After her father and I separated 3 years ago, I've done my best to maintain some stability in her life whilst managing work and childcare on my own. I work as a dental receptionist, regular hours that usually align well with school times, though the gaps in coverage have always been a challenge. Last spring, a woman named Caroline approached me in the school playground during pickup. She introduced herself as another parent and said she'd noticed I often seemed rushed during the afternoon collection. She mentioned that she ran a small child-minding service from her home. Nothing official or registered, just helping out a few working parents who needed flexible coverage. She could collect Emma from school on days when I was running late and keep her for an hour or two until I finished work. Caroline seemed genuine enough. She was well-dressed, articulate, and knew several of the other parents by name. She showed me photos of her own children on her phone. A boy around Emma's age and a younger girl. Her house was within walking distance of the school, and the rates she quoted were significantly cheaper than the after-school club I'd been struggling to afford. I should have done more research, should have asked for references or checked her credentials properly, but I was exhausted from managing everything alone, and the offer seemed like a practical solution to a persistent problem. We arranged a trial period where Caroline would collect Emma twice a week, on days when my schedule at the dental practice ran later than usual. Emma took to her immediately. She'd come home full of stories about the crafts they'd done, or the games Caroline had taught her. Caroline would send me photos throughout the afternoon, showing Emma playing happily with her children, which was reassuring. Everything seemed to be working exactly as promised. After a few weeks, Caroline mentioned that she sometimes took the children to a local community center on Wednesday afternoons. They ran various activities for young children, art classes and sports sessions, that sort of thing. She asked if I'd be comfortable with Emma attending these outings as part of the childminding arrangement. I agreed, pleased that Emma would have access to activities I couldn't afford to arrange myself. The Wednesday outings became a regular part of Emma's routine. She'd come home excited about the painting she'd done or the obstacle course she'd completed. Caroline always provided detailed updates about what they'd done, which activities Emma had particularly enjoyed, how she'd interacted with the other children. It all seemed perfectly normal and beneficial for Emma's development. Around 2 months into this arrangement, I received an email from what appeared to be the community center's administration. It thanked me for enrolling Emma in their program and included an attachment with photos from recent sessions. The email explained that they documented all activities for safeguarding purposes, and parents could download images of their children participating. I opened the attachment and found around 20 photos of Emma at various activities. Painting at an easel, playing with building blocks, running through an obstacle course. She looked happy and engaged in all of them, exactly as Caroline had described. I saved a few of my favorites and didn't think much more about it. The following week, I received another email with more photos, then another the week after that. The frequency seemed excessive for a small community center program, but I assumed they were just thorough about documentation. Emma appeared in most of the photos, sometimes with other children, sometimes on her own. The quality was professional, better than I'd expect from staff members casually documenting activities. It was Emma's teacher who first made me question the arrangement. She mentioned during Parents' Evening that Emma had been talking about her Wednesday activities with Caroline. The teacher seemed slightly concerned, asking whether I'd verified that Caroline was properly qualified and insured for childminding. I admitted I hadn't done formal checks, and the teacher suggested I should, particularly if Emma was being taken to venues outside Caroline's home. That conversation planted a seed of doubt. When I got home, I tried to search for information about Caroline's childminding service online. I found nothing. No website, no business registration, no reviews or recommendations. I searched for the community center she'd mentioned and couldn't find any facility by that name in our area. I called Caroline the next day to ask for more details about where exactly she was taking Emma. She seemed surprised by the question, slightly defensive even. She gave me an address for the community center and assured me it was a perfectly legitimate facility run by volunteers. When I searched for that address, I found it was actually a private residence, not a community facility at all. That's when I started to panic. I'd been allowing a woman I barely knew to take my daughter to an unknown location every week for 2 months. I'd received professional photographs of Emma that supposedly came from a community center that didn't exist, and I had no idea what was actually happening during those Wednesday afternoons. I confronted Caroline at school pickup that day, asking her directly what was going on. She became evasive, claiming there must have been some confusion about the address, that the community center operated from various locations. When I pressed her for specifics, she simply said she couldn't continue the child-minding arrangement and walked away. I never saw her at the school again after that day. I reported everything to the school immediately. They had no record of any parent named Caroline with children at the school. The photos she'd shown me of her supposed children weren't in any of their class photographs. She'd been approaching parents outside the school gates for months, presenting herself as another parent, but no one knew who she actually was or where she'd come from. The police took my statement and began investigating. They asked for copies of all the photos I'd received and details of every interaction I'd had with Caroline. They seemed particularly concerned about the professional quality of the photographs and the fact that they'd been sent to me through email rather than being available through any official channels. What they discovered made me feel physically sick. The photos hadn't come from any community centre. They'd been taken at a private address in Portsmouth, a house owned by someone with previous convictions for child exploitation offences. The property had been set up to look like a children's activity space, complete with toys, craft supplies, and play equipment, specifically for photographing children whose parents thought they were attending legitimate programs. Caroline wasn't her real name, and she'd been operating this scheme across multiple schools in the region for over a year. She'd approach single parents who seemed overwhelmed, offer affordable child-minding services, gain trust over several weeks, and then introduce the supposed community centre activities. The children were never harmed physically, but they were photographed extensively in various activities and settings. The photos were then sold on the dark web, marketed as candid images of children engaged in innocent activities. The clients who purchased them weren't looking for explicit content, at least not initially. They wanted authentic photographs of real children in everyday situations, images that appeared natural and unstaged. The prices varied based on the child's appearance and how many different activity sets had been photographed. The police showed me the website where Emma's photos had been listed. I had to access it through their systems, since it wasn't available through normal internet browsing. The site was organized like a stock photography service, with categories for different activities and age groups. Emma's photos were catalogued under multiple categories: arts and crafts, outdoor play, educational activities. Each photo had been viewed hundreds of times, and several complete sets had been purchased. What made it worse was realizing the emails I'd received weren't all the photos that existed. Those were just samples, proof that the child in the listings was real and that new content was being regularly produced. The full collections were much larger, containing images from angles I'd never seen, showing Emma in situations I hadn't been told about. Close-ups of her face, shots that focused on specific aspects of her appearance, carefully composed photographs that had obviously been taken by someone with experience in this particular type of content. The investigation revealed that Caroline worked with several other people who performed different roles in the operation. Someone else owned the property where the photos were taken. Another person managed the website and handled client communications. Caroline's specific role was recruitment, identifying potential targets and building enough trust to gain regular access to the children. They'd refined the approach over time, learning which parents were most vulnerable to the offer of affordable child-minding. Single parents, particularly mothers who were juggling work and childcare alone, were ideal targets. The promise of flexibility and low cost made it difficult to refuse, and the gradual introduction of the community centre activities made the whole thing seem like a genuine enrichment opportunity for the children. Emma was one of 7 children, who'd been photographed at that property over the past year. The others belonged to parents in similar situations, all of whom thought their children were attending legitimate activities. None of us had checked Caroline's credentials properly. None of us had visited the supposed community center. We'd all been too grateful for affordable help to ask the difficult questions we should have asked. The police arrested 4 people in connection with the operation. Caroline, whose real name was Sarah and who had no children of her own, received a prison sentence for child exploitation and fraud. The property owner received a longer sentence due to his previous convictions. The others involved received various punishments, though the sentences seemed inadequate given what they'd done. The website was shut down, but the police confirmed the photos had been downloaded by numerous clients before they could seize the servers. Emma's images, along with those of the other children, were almost certainly saved on private devices and potentially redistributed through other platforms. Once digital content exists, removing every copy becomes nearly impossible. I had to explain to Emma why she couldn't see Caroline anymore, why the police needed to ask her questions about the Wednesday activities. She didn't understand what had happened, couldn't grasp why the fun afternoons she'd enjoyed were actually something sinister. She just knew that something had changed and that I seemed upset whenever the subject came up. The hardest part was dealing with my own guilt. I'd handed my daughter over to a stranger because it was convenient and affordable. I'd accepted vague explanations about community centers without verifying any details. I'd received professional photographs of my child and never questioned why a casual child-minding arrangement would involve such high-quality documentation. I kept thinking about all the small warning signs I'd ignored or rationalized away. The way Caroline always seemed to be free whenever I needed help, as though she had no other commitments. The fact that I'd never seen her children, only photos she'd shown me. The absence of any online presence for her supposed child-minding service. The detailed updates she provided after each session, which I now understood, were designed to prevent me from asking Emma too many questions about what she'd actually been doing. The other parents whose children had been involved were dealing with their own versions of the same guilt and horror. We formed a strange sort of support group, united by our shared experience of being manipulated and our children being exploited. None of us had been negligent in any legal sense, but we all felt responsible for having trusted the wrong person. I moved Emma to a different school the following term. The old school held too many associations with Caroline and the playground where she'd first approached me. The new school has strict policies about who can collect children, requiring formal authorization and identification checks for anyone who isn't a parent. They were understanding about our situation when I explained why I needed those extra safeguards in place. I still receive occasional notifications from the police about the ongoing investigation. They're trying to identify and locate everyone who purchased photos from that website, though they've admitted it's nearly impossible given the nature of dark web transactions. They've managed to identify some clients in the UK, but many were overseas, beyond the reach of British law enforcement. Sometimes I search for Emma's name online, checking if any of those photos have surfaced in public spaces. I've never found anything, which should be reassuring, but isn't really. I know the photos exist somewhere, in private collections and hidden corners of the internet I can't access. I know that somewhere, people who purchased those images are still looking at them, and there's nothing I can do about it. Emma is 9 now, seemingly unaffected by what happened. She doesn't remember much about those Wednesday afternoons, just that they were fun, and that she's confused about why she can't see Caroline anymore. I haven't told her the full truth about what those activities were actually for. I don't know if I ever will, or if it's better to let her remember them as the innocent afternoons she thought they were. But I remember I remember every photo I received, every email that thanked me for enrolling Emma in a program that didn't exist. I remember Caroline's friendly smile in the playground and how relieved I felt when she first offered to help. I remember thinking I'd found the perfect solution to my childcare problems, never imagining I was actually handing my daughter to someone who saw her as content to be produced and sold. The guilt doesn't fade. 2 years later, I still question every decision I make regarding Emma's care. I'm hypervigilant about who she spends time with, to the point where it probably affects her social development. I can't bring myself to use childminders or after-school clubs, even legitimate registered services with proper credentials. I've reduced my working hours so I can always do the school pickup myself. Even though the financial strain is significant, I've learned that the dark web isn't just a place where illegal goods are traded. It's where ordinary moments from children's lives can be commodified and sold to people whose interest in those moments is anything but ordinary. It's where professional-looking websites can exist without any oversight, hosting content that shouldn't exist at all. And it's where photos of my daughter, taken during afternoons I thought were enriching her life, continue to circulate in spaces I'll never be able to access or control. The police kept telling me I wasn't at fault, that the operation was sophisticated and deliberately targeted vulnerable parents. But I know I could have been more careful. I could have checked Caroline's credentials properly. I could have visited the supposed community center before allowing Emma to go there. I could have asked more questions when something seemed too good to be true. Instead, I was grateful for help and tired from managing everything alone, and someone exploited that vulnerability in a way I never saw coming. That's what keeps me awake now. Not just what happened to Emma, but what might be happening to other children whose parents are facing the same struggles I was. How many other single mothers are being approached in school playgrounds right now by people claiming to offer affordable childminding? How many are accepting out of desperation, never suspecting what those services actually involve? I wanted to warn other parents, to share my story as a cautionary tale about checking credentials and trusting instincts. But doing so means admitting publicly what happened, potentially exposing Emma to questions and judgment she doesn't deserve. So instead, I remain silent, carrying this knowledge alone, hoping that somehow my mistake won't be repeated by others who find themselves in similar circumstances. The photos exist. The website was replicated before it was shut down, probably multiple times, preserving all the content for anyone who wants to access it. Emma's face is out there in those hidden corners of the internet, tagged and categorized, available to people I'll never identify. And there's absolutely nothing I can do except hope that one day, somehow, all traces of those images will disappear. But I know they won't. Digital content is permanent, especially when it exists in spaces designed to preserve what mainstream internet would delete. That's the reality I live with now. Not the dramatic horror of immediate danger, but the quiet, persistent horror of knowing something irreversible happened and that my daughter's childhood innocence was documented and distributed for purposes I can barely stand to think about. All because I accepted help from someone whose friendliness masked something much darker, and I didn't ask the right questions until it was far too late. Late-night browsing has a way of making everything feel less real, especially when you're stuck indoors with nothing but painkillers and time to kill. I'd been laid up for about 3 weeks after having my appendix out. One of those emergency surgeries that goes from feeling fine in the morning to being wheeled into theatre by evening. The operation went smoothly enough, but the recovery was taking longer than expected, and I was getting proper cabin fever being stuck in my flat in Brighton, with nothing to do but watch television and scroll through my phone. The first week was bearable. Plenty of people visiting, get-well cards to read, catching up on shows I'd been meaning to watch. But by the second week, the novelty had worn off, and I was getting restless. My sick pay was covering the basics, but there wasn't much money for entertainment, so I was spending more time online than usual just to have something to occupy my mind. It started with the usual social media time wasting, then moved to forums and discussion boards I'd never bothered exploring before. True crime communities, conspiracy theory groups, places where people shared unusual content that you wouldn't find on mainstream platforms. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of rabbit holes you fall down when you've got too much time and not enough to do. One forum I discovered was dedicated to investigating internet mysteries and urban legends. The participants took a scientific approach to debunking hoaxes and documenting genuine phenomena, treating it like collaborative research rather than entertainment. They had ongoing investigations into everything from viral videos to disappeared websites. That's where I first encountered detailed discussions about red rooms. The basic concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real violence and murder happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible and economically unviable, but a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. The discussions were more academic than sensational. People analyzed the technical requirements for hosting live violent content, discussed the legal and practical barriers to maintaining such operations, debated whether the demand was sufficient to justify the risks involved. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some participants seemed about the hidden parts of the internet. They discussed hosting infrastructure and content distribution with the sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by Document Keeper, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than morbid curiosity before he'd provide access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After about 2 weeks of conversation, Document Keeper finally shared some screenshots and video clips from his archive. The material was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, interface elements that suggested live streaming. It could have been elaborate fiction, created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with other sources. Document Keeper explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing participants, not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real or fictional, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during recovery, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But being stuck indoors for weeks had left me desperate for anything that felt engaging and immediate. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 200 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour while taking my evening medication, using the laptop propped up on my bed. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, regular shoes. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any ordinary job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 300. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me pause the stream and look more carefully at the background details. On the wall behind the table was a small window positioned high up near the ceiling. Through that window, I could see a section of what appeared to be a residential street, terraced houses with distinctive Victorian architecture, a street light with a particular style of lampshade, a road sign that was partially visible. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those terraced houses, that street light design, even the particular shade of brick used in the construction. It all looked very much like my own neighborhood in Brighton. I minimized the stream and opened a mapping application on my phone, comparing the street view images of my area with what I'd seen through that basement window. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere relatively local. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Brighton connection, looking at property records for houses with basements, checking planning applications for building modifications, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The woman from the stream had bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just the violence she was obviously going to suffer, but the way she'd looked resigned rather than terrified, as if she understood exactly what was going to happen and had given up trying to prevent it. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Someone recovering from surgery claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local architecture through a basement window. without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time. Instead, I decided to research missing person reports for the Brighton area, looking for cases that might correspond to the woman I'd seen in the stream, but without knowing when she'd been taken or her physical description beyond what was visible in poor lighting. It was impossible to identify any specific cases. Document Keeper had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and tried to forget the whole thing. But being stuck indoors with nothing but recovery time had left me with an unhealthy level of curiosity about things I shouldn't be investigating. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time the location was clearer. Not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted garage or workshop with distinctive features that made it easier to identify. Industrial shelving along one wall, a particular type of concrete flooring, electrical installations that looked like commercial rather than residential work, and most importantly, a calendar on the wall from a local business in Hove. I recognized the business name because I'd used their services about 6 months earlier when I'd needed some electrical work done in my flat. A small company that specialized in domestic and light commercial installations, the sort of local tradesman you'd find through recommendations rather than online advertising. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the location had been in use for an extended period, rather than being set up specifically for streaming. Someone had been operating from this converted garage for at least several months. I spent the rest of the weekend researching the electrical company and their previous customers. Their website showed they'd worked on various residential and commercial properties throughout Brighton and Hove, including several garage conversions and workshop installations. One project particularly caught my attention, a garage conversion in Hove that had been completed about 8 months earlier, transforming a standard residential garage into what was described as a home workshop. The sort of project that would require extensive electrical work and might provide cover for installing equipment that wasn't related to traditional workshop activities. The property was registered to someone whose name didn't appear in any obvious online searches. No social media profiles, no business listings, no public records beyond the basic property ownership information. Either someone who was extremely private or someone who was deliberately maintaining a low profile. I decided to take a walk past the property, using my recovery as an excuse to get some gentle exercise outside the flat. The house was in a quiet residential street, about 20 minutes from where I lived, unremarkable except for the recently renovated garage that had been converted with new electrical installations and what appeared to be sound insulation. From the street, everything looked completely normal. Just another terraced house with a converted garage, the sort of home improvement project that happens all over Brighton every year. But knowing what I potentially knew about how that space was being used made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next few days, varying my route and timing to avoid looking suspicious. Most of the time, there was no activity, but occasionally I'd see cars parked outside that weren't there regularly, suggesting visitors who didn't live at the property. One evening, I noticed that the garage had light visible around the edges of what appeared to be blackout curtains or covers over the windows. Not workshop lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the Red Room streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately. Should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether I'd be taken seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated they were willing to commit serious violence for the entertainment of paying audiences. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. Document the activity at the property, record when lights were on in the garage, note which vehicles visited and when. Build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that made me reconsider my approach. One of the regular visitors to the property was driving a van from the electrical company, whose calendar I'd seen in the stream. The same local business that had done work on my flat 6 months earlier, which meant they had my address, knew where I lived, and possibly had records of when I'd be at home recovering from surgery. I stopped walking past the property after that realization. If the electrical company was involved in the Red Room operation, then they potentially knew I was taking an unusual interest in one of their clients' properties, and they had access to personal information that would make it easy to find me. The next day, I received a get well card in the post. Nothing unusual about that. People had been sending cards throughout my recovery. But this one was different. No return address, generic message inside, and a photograph tucked behind the card. The photograph showed me walking past the house in Hove. Not a casual snapshot, but a deliberate surveillance image taken with a proper camera from a concealed position. Someone had been watching me watching them, documenting my interest in their property. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten note with just a few words that made it clear this wasn't a friendly gesture. Recovery going well? I threw the card away immediately and spent the rest of the day checking that my flat was properly secured. But I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my address and how long they might have been monitoring my activities. That evening, I noticed a car parked outside my building that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my windows. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside, and checking behind me when I walked to the local shops for groceries, and sleeping with furniture pushed against my bedroom door. I never reported what I discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on completing my recovery. But I still think about that woman in the first stream and the resigned way she'd looked around that concrete room. Whether she'd known she was being watched by hundreds of people who were paying to see her suffer. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in converted garages and basement workshops across the country, operated by people who look like ordinary tradesmen and business people. Late-night browsing has a way of making everything feel less real, until you discover that some of the most disturbing content online is being produced much closer to home than you ever imagined. I probably shouldn't be telling you this. Even now, months later, I find myself looking over my shoulder when I walk to the corner shop or checking the locks twice before bed. But I suppose someone should know what happened, and writing it down makes it feel less like something I imagined. It started with boredom, really, the kind of restless curiosity that hits you when you're stuck in a bedsit in Birmingham with nothing but a laptop and too much time on your hands. I'd been made redundant from my job at the council offices, and whilst I was applying for new positions during the day, the evenings stretched endlessly ahead of me. I'd heard about the dark web, of course. Everyone has. The hidden internet where you can supposedly find anything if you know where to look. Not that I was after anything particularly sinister. I wasn't trying to buy illegal substances or hire an assassin. I was just curious about what was actually there, beneath all the sensationalist headlines and urban legends. Getting access wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. A few searches on regular Google led me to the necessary software, and within an hour I was browsing sites with addresses that looked like random strings of letters and numbers. Most of it was disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy, marketplaces selling perfectly legal items, and a lot of broken links. But there was one site that caught my attention. It had a simple black background with white text, and it was called The Registry. At first glance, it looked like some sort of directory or database. The homepage was sparse, just a search box, and a brief description explaining that it was a comprehensive listing service for various purposes. I spent several evenings browsing through the registry's categories. There were sections for services, products, information exchanges, all described in deliberately vague language that could have meant anything. It reminded me of classified ads from local newspapers, the sort where people advertise household items for sale, but use oddly formal language that makes you wonder what they're really offering. The section that drew me in was labeled simply as personal records. When I clicked on it, I found what appeared to be a vast collection of detailed profiles. Each entry contained a photograph and extensive personal information: full names, addresses, daily routines, family members, workplace details, even seemingly random observations about habits and preferences. I initially assumed these were fictional profiles, perhaps for creative writing projects or role-playing games. The level of detail was impressive. One entry described a woman named Sarah Thompson from Leeds, including her regular coffee shop, her mother's maiden name, her habit of leaving her kitchen window slightly open overnight, and the fact that she always took the same route home from her job at a local library. The photographs looked genuine rather than stock images. They showed ordinary people going about their daily business: a man unlocking his car, a woman walking her dog, someone collecting posts from their doorstep. The quality suggested they'd been taken with a decent camera from a reasonable distance, not the blurry surveillance footage you might expect. What made me uncomfortable was how current everything seemed. The clothing in the photos looked contemporary, and many of the entries included recent details like started new position at Morrison's last month, or recently moved to ground floor flat due to mobility issues. These weren't historical records or fictional creations. They appeared to document real people living real lives right now. I started searching for familiar names, just out of curiosity. I tried my own name first, then my former colleagues from the council office. Nothing came up for me, but I found an entry for Trevor Walsh, who'd worked in accounts before I was made redundant. His profile included his home address in Erdington, details about his divorced status, and even mentioned that he'd started wearing reading glasses in the past year. The photograph showed Trevor walking out of our old office building. I recognized the distinctive red brick facade and the car park where I used to eat my lunch. The image had clearly been taken some time after I left, because Trevor was wearing a jacket I'd never seen him in before. I should have stopped looking then. Should have closed the laptop and found something else to occupy my evenings. But there's something compulsive about discovering information you're not supposed to have access to. It's like reading someone else's diary or overhearing a private telephone conversation. Morally questionable, but difficult to resist. I began searching for other people I knew, my former neighbors, old school friends, relatives I'd lost touch with over the years. Most searches came up empty, but occasionally I'd find a match that made my skin crawl. My cousin Linda appeared in the database. She lived in Wolverhampton with her husband and 2 teenage daughters, and according to her profile, she was struggling financially since her husband's hours had been cut at the factory. The entry included photographs of her house, not just the street view, but images that appeared to have been taken from her back garden, showing the kitchen window and the door to her utility room. More disturbing still was a section titled Behavioral Observations. This contained detailed notes about Linda's routines, written in a clinical, detached style. It mentioned that she usually left for work at 8:15, that she had a habit of checking her phone while waiting for buses, and that she often stayed up late watching television when her family had gone to bed. I wanted to warn Linda, but how could I explain how I discovered this information? How do you tell someone that their private life is being documented by strangers on the dark web without admitting that you've been browsing these sites yourself? Instead, I kept searching. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd eventually find a way to report this to the authorities once I understood the scale of what I was looking at. But really, I think I was just horrified enough to be fascinated. The database was enormous. I could spend hours clicking through profiles of people from across the UK, each one containing intimate details about their lives, relationships, and vulnerabilities. There were elderly people living alone, single parents struggling to manage work and childcare, individuals dealing with health problems or financial difficulties. What struck me most was how ordinary these people were. These weren't celebrities or public figures whose lives might be considered fair game for scrutiny. They were postmen and shop assistants and retired teachers. People who'd never done anything to attract attention or invite surveillance. After about a week of browsing through the registry, I noticed something that made me stop clicking for several minutes. At the bottom of each profile page was a small line of text I'd previously overlooked. It read, "Last updated," followed by a date and timestamp. All the profiles I'd been viewing had been updated within the past month. Many had been updated within the past week. Some had timestamps from just days earlier. This wasn't historical data or information compiled from public records. Someone was actively maintaining these profiles, adding new photographs and updating personal details on a regular basis. Someone was watching these people, documenting their lives, and keeping meticulous records of their activities and habits. I started paying closer attention to the update timestamps. Linda's profile had been refreshed 3 days ago. Trevor's had been updated the previous afternoon. These weren't casual observations gathered occasionally. They were the result of systematic, ongoing surveillance. The implications were staggering. Hundreds, possibly thousands of ordinary people were being monitored without their knowledge. Someone was tracking their movements, photographing their homes, and building detailed databases of their personal information. I began to wonder about the purpose behind all this surveillance. The registry wasn't presenting itself as a law enforcement database or a legitimate business directory. It existed on the dark web for a reason, and that reason clearly wasn't benevolent. The profiles reminded me of target assessments, the kind of detailed intelligence gathering that would be useful if you wanted to manipulate, blackmail, or harm someone. Each entry contained exactly the sort of information a stalker or burglar would find valuable. When people were home alone, which windows they left unlocked, what their financial vulnerabilities might be. One evening, Whilst browsing through profiles of people from Manchester, I came across an entry that made me feel physically sick. The photograph showed a young woman I recognized from a true crime documentary I'd watched several months earlier. She'd been murdered in her flat last year, and the case had received significant media coverage because the killer had never been caught. But here she was in the registry, with a profile that had been created weeks before her death. The entry contained detailed information about her daily routine, her work schedule, and even mentioned that she often forgot to lock her patio door when she came home from evening shifts. The profile's final update had occurred 2 days before her murder. I stared at that timestamp for a long time, trying to convince myself there was some innocent explanation. Perhaps the database had been compiled from newspaper reports after the fact, or maybe the timestamps were inaccurate. But the level of personal detail in her profile was far more extensive than anything that had appeared in the media coverage of her death. I started searching for other names from news reports, focusing on unsolved cases from the past couple of years. I found 3 more matches, all victims of crimes that had attracted media attention, all with profiles that predated their deaths by weeks or months. The evidence was circumstantial but disturbing. Either the registry was documenting potential victims before crimes occurred, or it was being used by people who went on to commit those crimes. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have printed screenshots and taken my concerns to the authorities, regardless of how I discovered the information. But I was paralyzed by the implications of what I'd found and uncertain whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I kept returning to the registry night after night, compulsively searching for new entries and monitoring the updates to existing profiles. I told myself I was conducting my own investigation, but really, I think I was just trapped in a cycle of morbid fascination. Then, on a Thursday evening in late November, I searched for my own name again. This time, there was a match. My profile included my current address in Birmingham, a recent photograph of me leaving the local supermarket, and detailed information about my daily habits. The entry mentioned my recent redundancy, my evening walks to the corner shop, and even noted that I tended to stay up late using my laptop. The behavioral observations section contained information that no casual observer could have gathered. It mentioned that I usually left my bedroom window slightly open at night, that I had a habit of checking my phone immediately after waking up, and that I often ordered takeaway food on Friday evenings. Most disturbing of all was a note about my browsing habits. The profile mentioned that I spent considerable time online in the evenings and had recently begun accessing restricted areas of the internet. They knew I'd been using the dark web. They knew I'd found the registry. The timestamp showed that my profile had been updated that morning. I closed the laptop immediately and spent the rest of the evening checking the locks on my door and windows, peering through the curtains to see if anyone was watching the building. Every sound from the street made me jump, and I found myself wondering how long I'd been under surveillance without realizing it. The next few days passed in a haze of paranoia and sleepless nights. I stopped going for evening walks and started varying my routine as much as possible. I ordered groceries online instead of visiting the shops, and I avoided using my laptop after dark in case someone could see the glow from my window. But I couldn't stop thinking about the registry and all those other profiles I'd seen. Hundreds of people were being watched and documented, and some of them might be in genuine danger. My own fear was insignificant compared to the broader implications of what I'd discovered. I decided to contact the police. I prepared a detailed statement explaining how I'd found the database, including screenshots and specific examples of profiles that corresponded with unsolved crimes. I even researched which department would be most appropriate for handling this kind of evidence. Before submitting my report, I decided to check the registry one final time to ensure my information was current and accurate. My profile had been updated again. This time, the entry included a note that I had been preparing to contact law enforcement authorities. It mentioned specific details about my planned report, including the names of the victims I'd identified and the evidence I'd gathered. The timestamp was from less than an hour earlier. Someone had been monitoring my online activities in real time. They knew exactly what I was planning to do, and they documented it in my profile before I'd even made my decision final. I deleted my prepared statement and closed my laptop. I've barely used it since, except to apply for jobs and handle essential business. I found new employment within a few weeks, and I've tried to rebuild some semblance of a normal routine, but I still think about the registry constantly. I wonder whether those profiles are still being maintained, whether new entries are being added, and whether the information is being used for the purposes I suspect. I wonder whether other people have discovered the database and what they've done with that knowledge. Most of all, I wonder whether my own profile is still there, still being updated with observations about my current behavior and activities. Whether someone is still watching me, documenting my attempts to move on and forget what I found. I suppose I'll never know for certain. And perhaps that's the most disturbing part of all. The knowledge that this surveillance could continue indefinitely, invisible and undetectable, until someone decides to act on the information they've gathered. I've never tried to access the registry again, and I've no intention of doing so. But sometimes, when I'm walking to work or sitting in my flat in the evening, I catch myself wondering whether someone is watching me, adding new observations to my profile, noting my continued attempts to live a quiet, unremarkable life. The thought that my efforts to remain invisible might themselves be worth documenting is perhaps the most unsettling realization of all. The silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, like watching something through glass that you knew you shouldn't be seeing, but couldn't quite stop yourself from observing. I was 18 and halfway through my A-levels when I got bored with fictional horror and started looking for something real. Not that the creepy pasta forums I'd been frequenting were particularly scary. Most of the stories were obviously made up by teenagers trying to one-up each other with increasingly ridiculous scenarios involving supernatural entities and impossible situations. What I wanted was genuine fear, the sort that comes from knowing something terrible actually happened rather than just imagining it might. Real footage, authentic documentation, evidence of events that would make you lose sleep because they were part of the actual world, rather than someone's creative writing exercise. The transition from fictional horror to real content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage from accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't broadcast. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just material that was too graphic or disturbing for regular platforms. Each community led to recommendations for others, and the content kept escalating. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked investigation footage, material that existed in legal grey areas. The sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, accessible if you knew where to look, but hidden from casual browsers. One forum I discovered was dedicated to what they called authentic extreme documentation. The participants approached it like academic research, verifying whether violent content was genuine or staged, discussing production techniques, and analyzing geographic indicators with more professionalism than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. The concept was straightforward. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web where viewers could watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most participants were skeptical, discussing the technical and legal barriers that would make such operations nearly impossible to maintain. But a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting red rooms might actually exist. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. What made me pay attention was the level of detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, content distribution, and audience management with expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by Archive Seeker, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He was cautious about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity before providing access to his collection. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just seeking sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Archive Seeker finally shared some files from his archive. The material was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. What struck me as potentially authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment brands visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archive Seeker explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations from existing viewers. Not something you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about finding authentic horror stories, not witnessing actual crimes. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Archive Seeker assured me that observation didn't require participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and strapped to that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, with people making suggestions and placing bets on various outcomes. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour, using headphones so my parents wouldn't hear anything from my bedroom. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Just silence that made everything feel more immediate and real. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed ordinarily, jeans, plain shirt, work boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various apparatus that wasn't fully visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me lean closer to my laptop screen. The figure had moved to adjust one of the cameras, and for a moment I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall was a fire safety certificate, the sort of official documentation you see in commercial buildings to show they meet safety regulations. The certificate was issued by a company I recognized, a local fire safety firm that did inspections for businesses around Essex, where I lived. I'd seen their signs on various shops and offices in my town, including at the college where I was studying, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere relatively local to where I was sitting. I took screenshots of the certificate and researched the fire safety company online. They serviced commercial properties throughout Essex and East London, including warehouses, offices, and industrial units. Hundreds of potential locations where someone could set up streaming equipment without attracting attention. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the local connection, looking at commercial property listings, checking business directories, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The man from the stream bothered me more than I wanted to admit. Not just what had obviously happened to him, but the way he'd looked around that room with growing understanding of his situation. The moment when confusion had turned to genuine fear. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but I knew how that would sound. Sixth form student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing a fire safety certificate from a local company. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. Archive Seeker had mentioned that the operation I'd observed was part of a larger network with multiple locations and regular scheduling. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my A-level coursework instead, but the idea that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and real than just another piece of extreme internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This location was clearer in terms of identifying features, not just a basement, but what appeared to be a converted workshop or garage with distinctive elements that made it easier to place geographically. Most importantly, there was a window visible in the background that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Terraced houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive lamp designs, road markings that suggested British rather than foreign location. The architectural style looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. Those house designs, the streetlight style, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Essex I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within about 20 miles of where I lived. The realization that red rooms might be operating locally, rather than in some distant country, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign locations. They were people who might live in my area, shop in the same places, use the same roads. I started paying more attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. But without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. What I did find was several reports of people who disappeared without trace over the past year. Not enough to establish any pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a relatively small geographic area. One case particularly caught my attention. A man in his 30s been reported missing about 2 months earlier, after failing to return from what should have been a routine evening out. The physical description matched someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archived streams Archive Seeker had shared. The missing person report included a photograph that looked very similar to one of the victims, though the poor video quality made it impossible to be completely certain. But the age, build, and general appearance were consistent enough to be disturbing. I researched the circumstances of his disappearance more thoroughly. He'd left home around 7 p.m. to meet friends at a pub in town, but had never arrived. His car was found the next morning in a supermarket car park about 5 miles away, with no signs of struggle or obvious explanation for why he'd abandoned it there. The location where his car was discovered was interesting because it was near an industrial estate with several empty units that had been vacant for months. The sort of place where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors or regular foot traffic. I decided to visit the industrial estate, using college work as an excuse to take the bus in that direction. Most of the units were legitimate businesses, small manufacturing, logistics companies, vehicle repair shops, but several were clearly empty, with to-let signs and boarded windows. One unit particularly caught my attention because it had been vacant longer than the others, according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, electrical connections that suggested power was still connected despite the property being officially empty. From the road, everything looked normal. Just another vacant commercial unit waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in a way that was difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit, despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or streaming. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where some of the streams were being broadcast. I should have contacted the authorities immediately, should have reported my suspicions and let them investigate whether criminal activity was taking place at that address. But I was worried about how my story would sound and whether anyone would take a sixth form student seriously. More importantly, I was concerned about what might happen if the people operating the Red Room discovered that someone had identified their location. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect their operation from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports, document activity at the property, record when lights were visible, note which vehicles visited and when, build a case that would be convincing enough for police to take seriously. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I noticed something that changed my approach entirely. One of the regular visitors to the vacant unit was someone I recognized from college. Not a student, but one of the part-time maintenance staff who worked around the buildings and grounds. Someone who had access to areas students didn't normally go, who could move around without attracting attention, who would know which parts of the college were empty at different times. Someone who would have seen me around campus regularly and could easily find out my personal details from college records. The realization that someone from my own college might be involved in Red Room operations made me reconsider everything I thought I knew about the situation. This wasn't just about finding evidence of criminal activity. It was about discovering that someone from my daily environment was potentially involved in torture and murder. I stopped visiting the industrial estate after that realization. If the maintenance worker was involved and had noticed my interest in the vacant unit, then I'd potentially identified myself as someone who knew too much about their activities. The next day at college, I found myself paying attention to the maintenance staff in ways I never had before, watching how they moved around the building, which areas they accessed, whether they showed any unusual interest in particular students or staff members. The worker I'd recognized seemed to be watching me too. Not obviously, but I caught him looking in my direction more often than felt normal, and he seemed to be working in areas near my usual routes, between classes more frequently than before. That evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Curiosity can be dangerous. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was just coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't stop thinking about how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every glance from the maintenance worker at college felt threatening. Every unexpected sound at home made me check the windows and doors, but nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped participating in the extreme content forums and tried to focus on my A-level coursework instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The maintenance worker left the college about 2 weeks later. According to the staff I asked, he'd found better employment elsewhere and given standard notice. Nothing suspicious about the circumstances, just normal staff turnover. But I noticed that the lights stopped appearing in the vacant industrial unit around the same time. I never reported what I'd discovered to the police. The evidence was too circumstantial and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for university. But I still think about that first stream and the silence that had made it impossible to look away. How the lack of audio had somehow made everything feel more real and immediate than if there had been sound. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial units and empty buildings across the country, operated by people who work ordinary jobs and live ordinary lives when they're not broadcasting real violence to paying audiences. Silence from the speakers made the stream harder to look away from, but sometimes the most disturbing thing about extreme content isn't what you can see and hear. It's realizing how close it might be to your own everyday world. There's a video of me online that I never knew was being recorded, and finding it changed everything about how I understood my own life. I wish I could say I stumbled across it by accident, but the truth is, someone wanted me to find it. I'm a primary school teacher in Newcastle, have been for about 8 years now. It's demanding work, but I enjoy it. The sort of job where you finish each day exhausted, but feeling like you've actually done something worthwhile. I live alone in a one-bedroom flat near the city centre. Nothing fancy, but it's mine, and it's comfortable enough. Last autumn, I applied for a new position at a different school. Better pay, shorter commute, more opportunities for progression. The application process was standard enough. Online form, supporting statement, references from my current head teacher. I spent a couple of evenings getting everything together and submitted it through the council's recruitment portal. About a week later, I received an email asking me to complete an additional assessment. The message came from what appeared to be the council's HR department, using their official email domain and professional formatting. It explained that due to the high number of applicants, they'd introduced a new screening process involving a video interview that could be completed at home. The email included a link to a platform I hadn't heard of before, something called TeachAssess Pro. It looked legitimate enough, with a clean professional design and testimonials from other educational authorities. The instructions were straightforward. Answer 5 pre-recorded questions on camera, with 2 minutes to respond to each. Standard interview practice questions about classroom management and curriculum planning. I set up my laptop in the living room, made sure the lighting was decent, and completed the assessment. It felt slightly awkward talking to a camera rather than a real person, but I'd done similar things for other applications. The questions were exactly what I'd expected, and I felt reasonably confident about my responses. The platform confirmed my submission and said I'd hear back within 2 weeks about whether I'd been selected for a face-to-face interview. I thought nothing more about it and continued with my normal routine, teaching my Year 4 class and marking endless spelling tests. 3 weeks passed with no response. I checked my application status on the council portal and found something strange. There was no record of any video assessment being requested. According to their system, my application was still sitting in the initial review stage, waiting to be processed. No mention of TeachAssess Pro or any additional screening. I called the HR department to ask about the discrepancy. The woman I spoke to seemed confused by my question. She checked her records and confirmed they hadn't sent any requests for video assessments. Their recruitment process didn't include that stage. She asked me to forward the email I'd received, and after a pause while she reviewed it, told me she'd need to escalate this to their IT security team. That's when I started to feel uneasy. If the council hadn't sent that email, who had? And why would someone create a fake assessment platform just to record candidates talking about teaching strategies? The council's security team contacted me the following day. They explained that several other applicants had received similar emails and completed the same fake assessment. The email had been carefully crafted to look official, using stolen branding and imitating the council's communication style. The TeachAssess Pro website appeared legitimate, but was actually created solely to collect video recordings of applicants. What concerned them most was that the fake email had been sent only to people who'd applied for that specific position. Whoever created it had access to the applicant list, which should have been confidential internal information. They were investigating whether their recruitment system had been compromised or if someone inside the organization was involved. I asked what would happen to the video I'd recorded, and the security officer admitted they didn't know. The website had been taken down, but the recordings had probably been saved before that happened. She recommended I monitor my social media and online presence for any misuse of the footage, though she couldn't tell me what form that misuse might take. For the next few weeks, I searched for my name and image regularly, checking if the video had been posted anywhere public. I found nothing, which should have been reassuring, but instead made me more anxious. If someone had gone to such elaborate lengths to collect these recordings, they must have had a specific purpose in mind. About 2 months later, I received a message through LinkedIn from an account I didn't recognize. No profile picture, minimal information. Clearly a fake account created recently. The message contained only a link and a brief note telling me I should see what they'd done with my audition. Every instinct told me not to click that link, but I needed to know what had happened to that recording. The URL was one of those random strings of characters that indicated a dark web address, meaningless unless you knew how to access it. I spent an evening researching how these hidden websites worked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with each step. The process was less complicated than I'd imagined, though each action felt like crossing into territory I shouldn't. But I needed to see what was waiting at that address, needed to understand why someone had targeted those job applications specifically. The website that loaded was designed like a casting agency portfolio. Professional layout, organized categories, search functions. But instead of actors or models, it featured ordinary people recorded without their knowledge or consent, organized by profession and appearance. My video was there, along with recordings from the other teachers who'd fallen for the same fake assessment. But we weren't alone. The site contained hundreds of videos, maybe thousands, from people in various professions: teachers, nurses, social workers, care home workers, all recorded in similar circumstances, answering interview questions or completing work-related assessments, completely unaware these recordings would end up here. Each video had been edited and presented like a professional headshot, with overlaid text listing the person's qualifications, location, and other details presumably extracted from their job applications. Beneath each video was a contact form and a price list for different types of services. It took me several minutes to understand what I was looking at. This wasn't just a collection of stolen videos. It was a marketplace where people could hire individuals for purposes the victims would never agree to if asked directly. The videos served as samples, showing potential clients what each person looked like, how they spoke, how they presented themselves. The listings made my stomach turn. Teachers available for private tutoring sessions that would never actually be tutoring. Care workers available for home visits that had nothing to do with care. Social workers available for consultations that were anything but professional. All presented with the veneer of legitimacy, using our real qualifications and experience to make the services seem credible. My own listing described me as available for educational consultations and private instruction, with my actual teaching credentials and school listed as verification of expertise. The implication was clear. Someone could hire me through this site, claiming they wanted legitimate tutoring, and I'd have no idea I was walking into something completely different. The contact forms directed inquiries to handlers who presumably managed the logistics of setting up these encounters. I couldn't see the messages or know if anyone had actually responded to my listing, but the view counter showed my video had been accessed over 200 times. I documented everything and contacted the police immediately. They took it seriously, connecting me with officers who specialized in online exploitation. They explained that these schemes had become increasingly sophisticated, using targeted job applications as a way to collect detailed information and professional quality recordings of specific demographics. The fake assessments served multiple purposes. The videos themselves became marketing material. The application information provided background details that made the services seem legitimate, and the professional context made victims more likely to trust initial contact from supposed clients. What made it particularly insidious was that the victims often didn't realize anything was wrong until they'd already attended a supposed consultation or tutoring session. They'd receive what seemed like a legitimate inquiry through proper channels, meet someone who claimed to need their professional services, and only discover the truth when the situation became dangerous. The police investigation uncovered that several teachers whose videos appeared on that site had been contacted by people claiming to need private tutoring. Some had attended initial meetings before realizing the requests weren't genuine. Others had provided their personal contact information to supposed clients who then used it for harassment or stalking. One woman, a teaching assistant from Leeds, had been assaulted after agreeing to a home tutoring session that she thought was legitimate. She'd received an inquiry through what appeared to be a proper tutoring agency, complete with references and professional correspondence. She had no idea her video and information had been circulating on that dark web marketplace, or that the supposed parent who'd hired her had found her there specifically. The website was eventually taken down, but the police confirmed the data had been copied and distributed before they could act. My video, along with hundreds of others, was presumably saved on multiple servers and shared across various platforms they couldn't access or control. I changed my phone number and email address, made all my social media accounts private, withdrew my LinkedIn profile. I informed my current school about the situation so they'd be aware if anyone made suspicious inquiries. I started varying my routine, taking different routes home, being hyper-aware of anyone who seemed to be paying too much attention. But the worst part was not knowing if someone had already contacted me. I reviewed months of emails, looking for any requests that might have come from people who'd seen that listing. A parent asking about private tutoring, who'd seemed slightly off during our phone conversation. A woman who'd inquired about exam prep sessions but never followed up. A supposed education consultant who'd wanted to meet for coffee to discuss opportunities. Any of those could have been legitimate, or any of them could have been something else entirely. Attempts to arrange meetings with me based on having seen my video on that marketplace. I'd never know which inquiries were genuine and which came from people who viewed me as a service they could purchase. I receive occasional messages now, usually through platforms I'd forgotten I had accounts on. Generic inquiries about tutoring or educational consulting that seem reasonable on the surface but feel wrong in ways I can't quite articulate. I never respond to any of them, but I can't help wondering how many teachers are responding, agreeing to meet people who found them through that site, walking into situations they don't understand. The council never found out how their recruitment system was compromised. Either someone internal leaked the applicant information, or someone external had found a way to access it. The investigation was eventually closed without any arrests, though they implemented new security measures for future recruitment processes. I didn't get that job I'd applied for, obviously. The whole recruitment round was cancelled after the breach was discovered. I'm still teaching at the same school, in the same Year 4 classroom, marking the same endless spelling tests. It's safe and familiar, but I can't bring myself to apply for other positions now. The thought of submitting an application, not knowing if it will lead to another fake assessment, another video circulating in hidden corners of the internet, is too much. Sometimes I search for my name, checking if that video has surfaced anywhere public. I've never found it, which means it's probably still circulating in spaces I can't access, still being viewed by people I'll never identify, still marketing services I never agreed to provide. That uncertainty is worse than knowing, the constant awareness that somewhere online, I'm still listed and available What haunts me most is thinking about all the other teachers on that site, the nurses and social workers and care workers whose videos were collected and distributed. How many of them know what happened? How many have received suspicious inquiries they dismissed as awkward but harmless? How many have already attended consultations or sessions that turned dangerous? I wanted to warn them, to somehow contact everyone whose videos appeared on that marketplace. But I don't know who they are, and reaching out to strangers to tell them their videos have been stolen and distributed would probably seem like another suspicious message from someone who'd found them through that site. So instead, I just live with the knowledge, checking my messages carefully, questioning every professional inquiry I receive, wondering if the person I'm talking to is someone who's seen that video and thinks they've hired me for something I'd never consent to. The paranoia has become part of my routine now, as automatic as locking doors or checking windows. My video is still out there somewhere, and there's nothing I can do about it except hope that whoever has it loses interest, that the marketplace stays shut down, that no one else contacts me claiming they need a tutor. But I know that's probably wishful thinking. Once something exists on the internet, particularly in those hidden spaces most people never see, it exists forever, available to anyone who knows where to look, and somewhere someone is looking. I messed up. I know I did, and there's no point pretending otherwise. What started as curiosity about a strange advertisement has left me looking over my shoulder every time I leave my house, checking faces in crowds, wondering which of my neighbors knows more about me than they should. I work as a copywriter for a marketing agency in Manchester, the kind of job that involves writing product descriptions and website content for clients who rarely appreciate the effort that goes into making their beige services sound interesting. It pays the bills, and I can do most of it from home, which suited me fine since I've always preferred my own company to office politics. The whole thing started when I was researching competitor websites for a client presentation. I'd been looking at various classified advertisement sites, seeing how other businesses positioned their services, what kind of language worked, that sort of thing. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Second-hand furniture, cars for sale, people offering gardening services or dog walking. Then I found a listing that didn't quite fit. It was on a legitimate classified site, one of the larger ones that's been around for years. The listing was in the property section, but instead of advertising a flat or house for rent, it simply said, "Viewing available," with an address in Salford and a date the following week. No rental price, no description of the property, no contact details, just those 2 words and a time slot. I probably wouldn't have paid much attention to it, except the address looked familiar. It took me a moment to place it, but I eventually realized it was the street where my mate Rob used to live before he moved to Bristol. I'd been to his old flat several times for dinner or to watch football, and I was fairly certain I remembered the specific house number. Out of curiosity more than anything else, I clicked through to see if there were any other details. The listing had been posted anonymously, with no user profile or history attached. The description field was completely blank, except for a reference number composed of random letters and numbers. It had been viewed around 30 times, which seemed low for a property listing, but high for something so vague and uninformative. I searched for the reference number online, thinking it might lead to a proper listing elsewhere with more information. What I found instead was a discussion on an obscure message board, where someone had asked if anyone knew what these types of listings meant. The responses were unhelpful and vague, with most people dismissing it as a posting error or spam. One person suggested it might be code for something, but didn't elaborate on what. The more I looked at that listing, the stranger it seemed. Why would someone post a viewing time for a property without any actual property information? Who would respond to such a vague advertisement? And why did the address have to be a place I recognized? I convinced myself I was overthinking it. Probably just someone who'd messed up their listing and forgotten to include the crucial details. But the coincidence of it being Rob's old address bothered me enough that I sent him a message, asking if he knew anything about the current occupants or if the place was up for rent. Rob replied saying he had no idea who lived there now and hadn't kept in touch with anyone from that street. He'd moved out nearly 2 years ago and hadn't been back since. The landlord who'd owned his flat had been selling up properties around that time, so it could be under new ownership entirely. I should have left it there. I had work to do, the client presentation to prepare, no legitimate reason to spend more time thinking about a badly written property listing. But something about it nagged at me over the next few days. I found myself checking the listing repeatedly, seeing if any details had been added or if it had been taken down. It stayed up, unchanged, until the date mentioned in the original post. That evening, I checked one final time and found the listing had been removed. In its place, posted by the same anonymous account, was a new listing. Another address in Manchester, another viewing available heading, another date the following week. This address I didn't recognize, but the format was identical to the first one. I started searching for similar listings, curious if this was part of some pattern. Over the next hour, I found 5 more scattered across the site, all posted within the past month, all following the same minimal format. Different addresses across Greater Manchester, different dates, but the same mysterious reference numbers and complete lack of property details. What made me genuinely uneasy was discovering that one of the addresses was for a house 3 streets away from my own flat. I'd walked past it countless times, a standard terraced house indistinguishable from dozens of others in the area. The listing gave a viewing time for 2 days later, midday on a Thursday. I knew I was probably being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong about these listings. The coincidence of one being so close to where I lived, combined with the earlier one being at Rob's old address, seemed too specific to be random. On the Thursday, I did something I'm not proud of. I walked down to that street at the time mentioned in the listing and watched the house from a distance. I told myself I was just satisfying my curiosity, that I'd see it was a perfectly normal property viewing and could forget about the whole thing. What I actually saw was 3 people arriving separately over the course of about 20 minutes. None of them looked like typical house hunters. They didn't peer through windows or check the property's exterior. They simply walked up to the front door, which opened before they could knock, and went inside. Each person stayed for maybe 10 minutes before leaving, walking away quickly without looking back. I couldn't see who answered the door from where I was standing, and I didn't get close enough to hear any conversations. But something about the whole interaction felt wrong. The brevity of each visit, the way the door opened before they knocked as though they were expected, the lack of any normal viewing behavior like taking photos or discussing the property. That evening, I made a decision that changed everything. I went back to that classified site and searched for the reference number format I'd noticed on all those strange listings. It took some trial and error, but I eventually found a way to pull up a list of similar postings going back several months. There were hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all following the same pattern. Addresses across the UK, viewing times, nothing else. I selected a few at random and searched for the addresses on Google Street View, trying to understand what these properties had in common. They were ordinary residential streets, a mix of terraced houses, semi-detached properties, and low-rise flat buildings. Nothing obviously connected them, except that they all existed, and all had these mysterious listings attached to them. Then I found one listing that included slightly more information than the others. Below the standard viewing available heading, someone had added a website address, not a normal URL, but one of those long strings of random characters that indicated a dark web site, accessible only through specific software. I spent the next few hours reading about how to access these hidden websites, feeling increasingly like I was crossing a line I shouldn't. But I needed to know what connected all these addresses, what these viewings were actually for. The dark web address was clearly the answer, even if I wasn't sure I wanted to see it. The process of accessing that website was simpler than I'd expected, though it felt transgressive in a way that regular internet browsing never does. The knowledge that I was looking at content deliberately hidden from search engines and normal browsers made everything feel more significant and dangerous. The website itself was professionally designed, organized like a property portal, but with a distinctly unsettling atmosphere. Instead of estate agent listings, it displayed addresses organized by region and date. Each entry included the same minimal information I'd seen on the classified site: an address, a reference number, a time slot. But this version included additional details that hadn't appeared in the public listings. Each address had a detailed description, but not of the property. Instead, it described the current occupants, their approximate age, their work schedules, whether they lived alone, what time they typically left and returned home. One listing mentioned that the occupant worked from home most days, but went to a gym 3 evenings a week. Another noted that the resident usually took their bins out on Tuesday evenings and received grocery deliveries on Saturday mornings. These weren't property viewings. They were opportunities to access occupied homes when specific information suggested it would be safe to do so. The reference numbers corresponded to different levels of access or different purposes, though I couldn't decode the full system from what I was seeing. Worst of all, I found my own address, listed with today's date and a time slot in 2 hours, when I was supposedly at my regular Thursday evening circuit training class at the local leisure centre. The description noted that I lived alone, worked from home, and typically spent Thursday evenings out of the flat between 7 and 9. It mentioned which window I usually left slightly open for ventilation, and which security light at the building entrance was broken. Someone had been watching me, documenting my routine, selling access to my home to whoever wanted it. That first listing at Rob's old address hadn't been coincidence. It had been a test to see if I'd notice, if I'd investigate, if I'd lead myself to exactly where I was now. I don't know how long they'd been watching me, or what had happened during those Thursday evenings when I was reliably absent. I thought about all the times I'd come home to find small things out of place, a drawer not quite closed, a book moved slightly on the shelf. I'd always attributed it to my own forgetfulness, never imagining someone had been inside while I was doing circuits in a fluorescent lit sports hall. I contacted the police immediately, showing them everything I'd found. They took it seriously, which somehow made it worse. It meant I wasn't being paranoid, that this was a real and recognized threat. They explained these schemes had become increasingly common, with people gathering information about residents and selling access to homes for purposes ranging from theft to far worse. They checked my flat and found evidence someone had been entering regularly, small scratches around the lock that I'd never noticed, suggesting it had been picked multiple times. A tiny camera hidden in the smoke detector that had been recording and transmitting for weeks. Fingerprints that didn't match mine on surfaces I knew I'd cleaned. The police arrested 2 people the following week, caught entering a house across Manchester that had been listed on that same dark website. But the website itself continued operating, moving to new addresses, listing new homes. My own listing was removed, but that didn't undo the weeks or months someone had been accessing my flat, photographing my possessions, recording my routine. I moved out within the month, though I know that doesn't really solve anything. My new address isn't listed yet, but that just means yet. I've learned to check those classified sites regularly, searching for my new postcode, looking for any sign that someone started watching again. I've installed proper security, changed all my locks, covered my windows with blackout curtains even though I hate how dark it makes the rooms. But mostly, I've learned that privacy is an illusion maintained only as long as you're not interesting enough for someone to violate it. Your home is secure only until someone decides it isn't. Your routine is private only until someone finds it worth documenting. And once that information exists somewhere online, once your address appears in those listings, you can never be completely certain you're truly alone in your own home. I still check that dark website sometimes, searching through the listings, wondering about all those other addresses. How many people are living in homes currently being accessed by strangers? How many have noticed small things out of place but convinced themselves they were imagining it? How many would find their own address listed if they knew where to look? The classified sites still host those mysterious viewing listings hidden among the legitimate advertisements for furniture and cars. They're still there, still posted by anonymous accounts, still directing people to addresses across the country. And somewhere behind each one is a person who has no idea their home has been categorized, described, and made available for viewing by whoever can decode the reference numbers and access the right websites. That's what keeps me awake now. Not just what happened to me, but the knowledge of how many others it's happening to right now. The woman 3 streets away whose listing mentioned she worked late on Wednesdays. The elderly man in Bolton, whose entry noted he was hard of hearing and went to bed by 9. The family in Leeds, whose schedule was documented down to which days the children had after-school activities. All those addresses, all those lives, all that private information gathered and sold in hidden corners of the internet where normal people would never think to look. And I found it by accident, following a curiosity that seemed harmless at the time, but led me to discover exactly how vulnerable we all are. I messed up by investigating those listings in the first place, but I'm still not sure if I'd make a different choice, because now I know the truth. Uncomfortable as it is, now I understand that the locks on our doors and the routines we think are private are only as secure as we are invisible. And in a world where information has value, none of us are invisible enough. The scent of lavender still makes me physically ill. That supposedly calming fragrance, drifting through expensive diffusers in waiting rooms and yoga studios across London, immediately transports me back to that immaculate treatment room, where the line between wellness and torture blurred beyond recognition. Even now, 3 years later, I find myself holding my breath when passing certain shops, avoiding entire sections of department stores, my body remembering what my mind has tried desperately to forget. I had been pushing myself too hard for too long. That much was true. 32 years old and already burning out, working 14-hour days at a financial consultancy where success was measured in sacrificed weekends and ignored personal relationships. The migraines had started 6 months earlier, followed by insomnia so severe I'd begun hallucinating from sleep deprivation. When my colleague Rebecca mentioned Tranquil Depths Wellness Center, an exclusive spa that had apparently transformed her cousin from corporate wreckage to balanced human. I was desperate enough to ignore the exorbitant cost and strange application process that required everything from medical history to psychological profiles. The centre occupied a converted Victorian bathhouse in Hampstead, its brick exterior meticulously restored, while the interior had been transformed into a temple of minimalist luxury. All pale wood, natural stone, and flowing water features. The reception area smelled of that damn lavender, mixed with something earthier I couldn't identify, while ambient music played at precisely the right volume to encourage hushed voices and mindful movement. Everything about the space whispered exclusivity and transformation. Looking back, I realized it was designed specifically to disarm, to create a manufactured sense of safety that would lower even the most vigilant person's defenses. My initial consultation seemed comprehensive to the point of excessive, detailed discussions of my symptoms, work habits, and personal history conducted by Dr. Winters, a soft-spoken woman with impeccable credentials displayed in subtle frames on her office wall. She explained their approach as holistic recalibration, combining traditional wellness practices with cutting-edge techniques developed specifically for high-performance individuals whose systems had been compromised by chronic stress. The treatment plan would begin with standard massage and hydrotherapy before progressing to more specialized interventions, culminating in their signature purification ritual conducted in the spa's exclusive lower level. The first 3 sessions proceeded exactly as one would expect from a high-end wellness center. Expert massages that located and released tension I hadn't even realized I was carrying. Hydrotherapy in private pools of varying temperatures. Guided meditation in softly lit rooms with perfect acoustics. The staff moved with silent efficiency, their uniforms immaculate, their manner professional yet warm. Each session concluded with a herbal tea blend customized to my biochemical profile, served in handmade ceramic cups that felt pleasantly heavy in my hands. By my 4th visit, I'd begun noticing subtle improvements. Sleeping 5 hours instead of 3, headaches diminishing from excruciating to merely uncomfortable. I'd also started opening up more during my progress consultations with Dr. Winters, sharing personal insecurities and private fears that I'd previously concealed even from my closest friends. There was something almost confessional about those sessions, a sense of unburdening that I attributed to her professional manner and the overall atmosphere of the center. I didn't recognize it then as the calculated cultivation of trust and vulnerability. The invitation to experience the purification ritual came during my 6th visit. Dr. Winters explained it as the cornerstone of their program, available only to clients who had demonstrated commitment to their wellness journey. The procedure would take place in their specialized lower-level facilities, would last approximately 6 hours, and would require signing additional confidentiality agreements due to the proprietary nature of their techniques. Something about her description triggered a momentary hesitation. A flicker of instinctive wariness quickly rationalized away by my improved sleep patterns and reduced pain levels. Besides, I reasoned, what legitimate business doesn't protect its intellectual property? The day of the ritual began normally enough. I was led through the familiar reception area to a changing room, where I exchanged my clothes for one of their organic cotton robes. A staff member I hadn't seen before escorted me past the main treatment rooms to an elevator concealed behind what had appeared to be a decorative panel. We descended in silence, the subtle shift in air pressure suggesting we were traveling deeper than a standard basement level. The doors opened to reveal a space utterly unlike the sun-filled rooms above. Clinically bright lighting illuminated a corridor with sealed doors on either side, each marked with a symbol rather than a number. The aesthetic here wasn't wellness-inspired luxury, but medical precision. Polished concrete floors, stainless steel fixtures, staff in what looked more like surgical scrubs than spa uniforms. The cognitive dissonance was jarring enough that I nearly turned back, but my escort's gentle pressure on my elbow guided me forward to a treatment room, marked with a circular symbol that seemed vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place it. Inside, the room maintained that clinical atmosphere, a central treatment table that resembled a hospital bed more than a massage table, surrounded by equipment partially concealed beneath draped cloths. Dr. Winters greeted me, now wearing a white coat over her usual attire, accompanied by two assistants who were preparing what appeared to be monitoring equipment. She explained that the purification ritual worked most effectively when the client could surrender completely to the experience, which typically required mild sedation to bypass the conscious mind's natural resistance to deep healing. Even then, with every instinct signaling caution, I rationalized my unease as normal anxiety about medical procedures. The improvements I'd experienced seemed to validate their methods, and Dr. Winters had established herself as a trustworthy authority figure over our previous sessions. When she offered a small paper cup containing 2 blue capsules, explaining them as pre-treatment relaxants, I hesitated only briefly before swallowing them with the provided water. The sedative effect was almost immediate, not the gentle relaxation I'd expected, but a profound disorientation that made the room tilt and blur around me. I was vaguely aware of being helped onto the treatment table, of restraints being secured around my wrists and ankles. When I mumbled a confused question, Dr. Winters explained them as postural supports to prevent movement that might disrupt the treatment. The rational part of my brain was rapidly shutting down, but a primal core of awareness remained, registering details with increasing alarm. The assistants positioning cameras around the table, a computer being prepared with what looked like streaming software, one wall of the room sliding away to reveal a glass partition behind which shadowy figures seemed to be gathering. As consciousness began to fragment, I heard Dr. Winters speaking not to me, but to the observers behind the glass. Her tone had transformed completely, clinical, detached, almost academic, as she described my psychological profile, my particular vulnerabilities, my documented pain thresholds. She referenced previous subjects whose sessions had apparently established baseline responses for various stimuli, and outlined the unique aspects of my session that would provide new data for their research. The horrifying truth crystallized through the chemical fog clouding my mind. This was no wellness treatment. The entire center was an elaborate front for something far more sinister. A research facility conducting unsanctioned experiments, streaming the results to hidden audiences via the dark web. The realization came simultaneously with a cold sensation spreading up my arm from an IV that had been inserted without my awareness, bringing with it a paradoxical clarity even as it further incapacitated my body. Through increasingly lucid paralysis, I watched Dr. Winters adjust settings on monitoring equipment while addressing unseen viewers through a microphone, referencing cryptocurrency donations and viewing metrics. The glass partition now appeared transparent from my side, revealing a small audience of observers with tablets and notebooks, their expressions ranging from clinical interest to disturbing enthusiasm. One wall displayed multiple screens, showing what I gradually recognized as dark web interfaces, chat windows where users commented in real time, bidding panels where anonymous accounts placed substantial sums beside requested procedures, viewership metrics indicating hundreds of remote observers. The purification ritual revealed its true nature as Dr. Winters began methodically subjecting me to escalating sensory experiences, beginning with seemingly benign stimuli carefully calibrated to my psychological profile, progressively shifting toward exploitation of specific fears and vulnerabilities they had extracted during our consultations. The paralytic properties of whatever flowed through the IV prevented physical resistance while ensuring complete awareness, creating the perfect research subject for their studies in controlled trauma response. I cannot, will not, detail everything that followed during those 6 hours. Some memories remain mercifully fragmented, while others replay with unbearable clarity in recurring nightmares. What I remember most vividly was the clinical detachment with which they documented every physiological response, the remote viewers bidding for specific interventions as if selecting menu items, the utter betrayal of having my most personal fears, shared in presumed confidence, weaponized as research parameters. My salvation came from the most mundane of circumstances: a water pipe bursting 2 floors above, sending maintenance staff scrambling throughout the building and temporarily disrupting the power supply. In the momentary confusion of backup generators activating, someone failed to maintain proper dosage of the paralytic agent. As sensation gradually returned to my extremities, I managed to work one hand free from restraints loosened during a procedure. The ensuing chaos exists in my memory as disjointed fragments, ripping out the IV, stumbling from the table, using a medical tray as a weapon against the unprepared assistant who tried to block my exit. The fire alarm I triggered created further confusion, staff evacuating upper floors while the lower level team scrambled to secure research assets and terminate the stream. Somehow, I found a service stairwell, emerging into the laundry area where I grabbed employee clothing before escaping through a delivery entrance. The investigation that followed revealed the full horror of Tranquil Depths. Behind its legitimate operation lay a sophisticated dark web broadcasting studio, where selected clients, chosen through their application profiles for psychological vulnerabilities, isolation from strong support networks, and physical characteristics appealing to their audience, became unwitting subjects in live-stream research on human stress responses, pain thresholds, and psychological breaking points. Wealthy viewers paid thousands in cryptocurrency to observe or influence proceedings, all under the guise of academic research into trauma response and neuroplasticity. 17 other clients were identified as having undergone similar rituals, though I was among the few who retained clear memories of the experience. Most had been given additional compounds that induced retrograde amnesia, leaving them with only vague nightmares and unexplained psychological symptoms that they attributed to their pre-existing conditions. Several staff members were arrested, but Dr. Winters and the principal researchers disappeared before authorities secured the facility, likely tipped off by connections within regular clientele that included influential figures in government and finance. 3 years later, I still check under treatment tables at legitimate medical appointments. I refuse any medication that I haven't verified personally. I've declined multiple job promotions that would have placed my name and image in industry publications, terrified of being recognized by those who might have watched my session, or worse, those who conducted it. Because despite multiple arrests and international investigations, the core research team was never found. The dark website was simply relocated, rebranded, continuing its operations with new researchers and new unwitting participants. Sometimes I receive anonymous emails containing nothing but a lavender flower image and cryptocurrency wallet address. A reminder that somewhere the footage still exists, accessible to anyone with sufficient funds and the right dark web connections. A reminder that Dr. Winters and her team are still out there, perhaps running another wellness center under different names, identifying potential subjects through carefully designed intake forms, gradually building trust before extending an exclusive invitation to experience their signature treatment. Most disturbing of all is knowing how many exclusive wellness centers, innovative treatment programs, and pioneering therapeutic approaches continue to emerge across the country, each promising transformation to the stressed and vulnerable, each requiring extensive personal information before admission. Behind their soothing music and essential oil diffusers, I can't help but wonder how many hide similar operations, portals to the dark web where healing is promised while harm is delivered, carefully packaged as wellness for audiences who pay to watch other humans be purified through pain. People always say, "Don't look too hard." Like that actually stops anyone from diving deeper into things they shouldn't be investigating in the first place. I was in my first year at Cardiff studying journalism when I decided to tackle red rooms for my digital media assignment. The brief was to investigate an internet urban legend and either debunk it or find evidence it might be real. Most of my course mates were picking safe topics like whether those viral parkour videos were staged or if social media influencers actually bought their followers. Red rooms seemed more substantial. For anyone who doesn't know, they're supposedly live streams on the dark web where people pay to watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Some versions claim viewers can even control what happens through chat commands or donations. Most journalism about them was clearly written by people who'd never bothered to look beyond Wikipedia and Reddit threads. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing actual research and write something that demonstrated proper investigative technique, rather than just repeating second-hand information. The sort of piece that might actually get noticed beyond student publications. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about hidden services and illegal content distribution. Most scholarly work focused on drug marketplaces and financial fraud rather than violent material, but there were enough references to suggest that streaming illegal content was technically feasible if someone had the resources and motivation. From there, I moved into online communities where people discussed extreme content. Not the mainstream forums where people shared obviously fake videos, but smaller, more specialized groups where participants seemed to have genuine knowledge about hidden parts of the internet. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to documenting banned media. He went by Archivist X and seemed to have access to material that most people only heard rumors about. After exchanging messages for about 2 weeks, he mentioned that he'd encountered what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was cautious about sharing details initially, which actually made his claims seem more credible. Scammers and attention seekers usually overshare immediately, while people who've actually seen disturbing content tend to be more reluctant to discuss it casually. Over several conversations, Archivist X described accessing streams that showed real violence in what appeared to be purpose-built rooms. The production quality was professional rather than amateur, suggesting organized operations rather than random individuals filming content on their phones. He offered to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I demonstrated serious academic interest rather than morbid curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove I wasn't a journalist fishing for quotes or law enforcement gathering evidence. The material he eventually shared was disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, restrained figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills, or genuine documentation of real events. What made me think it might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates when cross-referenced with news reports. Archivist X explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations, and operated on irregular schedules that weren't advertised publicly. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My assignment was about investigating urban legends, not witnessing potential crimes in progress. But proper journalism requires getting as close to primary sources as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence either way. The access process was complex but manageable. Specific software downloads, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole system felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with legitimate research purposes. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 300 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal chair positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere was industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the chair was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just sat with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation, but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole situation like interactive entertainment. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about an hour before anything significant occurred. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, steel-toed boots. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who looked like they could be starting any manual labor job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked with the methodical approach of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing technical aspects of what they were watching. The viewer count had climbed to over 400. About 10 minutes into the preparations, the camera angle shifted slightly and I got a clearer view of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a calendar. One of those promotional ones that businesses give out to customers. The calendar was from a plumbing supply company in Cardiff. I recognized the company name because their shop was about 20 minutes from the university, in an industrial area where students sometimes went to buy cheap furniture from warehouse clearance sales. I'd been there myself a few months earlier looking for a desk lamp. The calendar was current year but showed several months ago, suggesting the room was being used regularly rather than set up specifically for this stream. Someone had been operating from this location for at least several months. I took screenshots of the calendar and cross-referenced the company details online. The business was legitimate, established about 15 years ago, with good customer reviews and no obvious connection to anything illegal. Just an ordinary local company whose promotional material had ended up in a room where people were broadcasting real violence. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Cardiff connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property records for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that might match what I'd seen in the stream. The calendar detail bothered me more than the violence itself. Seeing something genuinely local in that context made the whole thing feel immediate and real rather than distant and abstract. This wasn't happening in some foreign country or anonymous urban wasteland. It was happening in my city, possibly within walking distance of where I lived. I considered contacting the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. Student claims to have found evidence of murder streams based on spotting a local calendar in an online video that may or may not have been genuine. Without more concrete evidence, I'd just be wasting their time and potentially compromising any future investigation. Instead, I decided to research the plumbing company more thoroughly. Their website showed they supplied both residential and commercial customers, with a particular focus on industrial installations, the sort of business that would have contacts throughout Cardiff's commercial districts. Their customer testimonials included several warehouse and factory owners, which gave me a list of potential locations where someone might have obtained one of their promotional calendars. Most were legitimate businesses, but a few properties appeared to be vacant or underutilized, based on recent planning applications and business listings. One address particularly caught my attention. A former automotive repair garage that had closed down 8 months earlier, located in an industrial estate about half an hour from the city centre. The property was owned by a company that seemed to exist only on paper, with no obvious business activities or employee records. I drove out there on a Saturday afternoon to see what the location looked like. The industrial estate was mostly active businesses, engineering firms, logistics companies, small manufacturing operations. But the former garage was clearly abandoned, with boards over the windows and weeds growing through cracks in the car park. From the road, it looked completely derelict, but when I walked around to the rear of the building, I noticed that one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar despite appearing secured from the front. There were also fresh tire marks in the car park, suggesting recent vehicle access despite the abandoned appearance. I should have left at that point and reported my suspicions to the authorities. Instead, I found a gap in the boarding over one of the rear windows and looked inside. The garage had been converted into what looked like a filming studio, professional lighting equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked exactly like a television production facility, except for the restraint equipment and metal furniture positioned where you'd normally expect to see comfortable seating. The space was currently empty, but there were clear signs of recent use. Equipment was plugged in and powered up. Cameras were positioned and focused. Computer screens displayed what appeared to be streaming interfaces ready for activation. and pinned to the wall near the computer stations was the same plumbing company calendar I'd seen in the stream. I took photos through the window gap, trying to document as much as possible without actually entering the property. The evidence was clear enough that police would have to take the situation seriously, even if my story about finding the location through an online stream sounded bizarre. As I was taking the final photos, I heard a car pulling into the front car park. I moved away from the window and tried to leave through the rear of the property, but the industrial estate was surrounded by fencing that would take time to climb. Instead, I hid behind a skip and waited for whoever had arrived to go inside the building. 2 people got out of the car, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes like they were going to any normal job. They let themselves into the garage through the front entrance, suggesting they had legitimate access to the property. About 10 minutes later, I heard the sound of equipment being activated inside. Generators starting up, electronic devices powering on, the sort of preparation noise you might hear from any film production getting ready to begin work. Then I heard a 3rd car arriving. This one parked at the rear of the building, much closer to where I was hiding. The driver got out and opened the boot, then seemed to be helping someone else out of the car. I couldn't see clearly from my position, but the second person appeared to be having difficulty walking steadily. They entered the building through the rear loading bay, and a few minutes later I could see lights coming on inside the main garage space. The filming area was being prepared for use. I realized I was about to witness the creation of another Red Room stream, potentially with someone who had been brought to the location against their will. I should have called the police immediately, should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. But I knew that by the time officers arrived and obtained warrants to enter the property, whatever was going to happen would probably be over. Instead, I called the emergency services and reported a suspected kidnapping at the garage address, then stayed hidden to see what would happen. The response was faster than I'd expected. Police cars arrived within about 15 minutes, followed by what appeared to be specialist units and an ambulance. The industrial estate was suddenly full of emergency vehicles and personnel. I watched from my hiding place as officers surrounded the building and began coordinating what looked like a planned entry operation. This wasn't a routine response to a suspicious activity report. They were treating it as a serious incident with potential for violence. The entry itself was quick and professional. Officers went in through multiple access points simultaneously, and within a few minutes I could hear shouting from inside the building. Not panicked shouting, but the sort of coordinated commands you hear from police operations on television. About 20 minutes later, 3 people were led out in handcuffs and put into separate police vehicles. I couldn't see their faces clearly from my position, but one appeared to be injured and was receiving medical attention from paramedics. The scene was secured, and various specialists began documenting the interior of the garage. From the amount of equipment being carried in and out, it was clear they'd found something significant. I waited until most of the emergency services had left before making my way back to my car. The local news that evening reported that police had disrupted a serious criminal operation following an anonymous tip, but no details were provided about what exactly had been discovered. Over the next few days, I monitored news reports and court listings to see if any charges would be announced. 3 people appeared in magistrate's court on various charges related to false imprisonment and production of illegal content, but the details weren't made public. I never submitted my assignment about Red Rooms. The research had moved far beyond academic investigation into active involvement in a police operation, and I couldn't write about it without potentially compromising legal proceedings. Instead, I switched to a different topic and tried to pretend the whole experience had never happened. But I kept thinking about how close I'd come to witnessing something genuinely horrific, and how many other similar operations might be running in ordinary-looking buildings in cities across the country. The most disturbing part wasn't the violence itself, but how normal everything had appeared on the surface. An abandoned garage in an industrial estate, used by people who looked like they could be anyone's neighbors or colleagues, creating content for an audience of hundreds of people who treated real suffering as entertainment. I still drive past that industrial estate sometimes when I'm heading out of Cardiff. The garage has been properly secured now, with new boarding and security fencing. But I can't help wondering about the other vacant properties I pass, and what might be happening behind their abandoned facades. Every broken bone in my body seems to ache when it rains, each healed fracture a permanent barometer of the approaching storm. The doctors call it traumatic arthritis, a clinical term that fails to capture how these weather-induced pains transport me instantly back to that underground car park beneath the abandoned shopping centre in East London, where my blood seeped into concrete, while anonymous figures in the dark web shadows placed bets on whether I would survive the next 3 minutes. I wasn't always this collection of poorly mended injuries and night terrors. Before that night, I was simply Danny, a former amateur boxer who'd never quite made it, working as a personal trainer at a chain gym while nursing fading dreams and mounting debts. The boxing had been clean, regulated, with referees and rules and medical staff. Not spectacular enough to earn a living, but enough to give me the dangerous illusion that I understood violence, that I could control it, contain it within the boundaries of sport. That misplaced confidence is what made me vulnerable to Kev's offer. Kev trained at my gym, quiet, well-dressed, always slipping me extra cash for private sessions. He'd watch me demonstrate combinations with an intensity that I mistook for admiration, asking questions about my fighting career, about the rush of competition, about whether I missed it. When he mentioned a private fighting event looking for experienced boxers, offering a single night's purse equivalent to 3 months of my salary, the sensible part of my brain raised immediate objections. No legitimate promoter operated that way, but financial desperation has a way of silencing those protective instincts, of recasting red flags as opportunities if you squint hard enough. The night of the event, Kev picked me up in a black Range Rover with tinted windows. I remember feeling a flicker of unease at the absence of other fighters. At the roundabout route we took through progressively industrial areas of the city. When we finally arrived at the abandoned shopping centre, its boarded windows and graffiti-covered walls barely visible in the dim streetlights. That unease crystallized into genuine apprehension. This didn't look like any venue that would host a legitimate sporting event. Still, with the promised payment clouding my judgment, I followed Kev through a service entrance and down concrete stairs into the car park below. The space had been transformed in a way that momentarily reassured me. Portable floodlights illuminated a central area where a fighting ring had been constructed. Not the standard boxing ring with its ropes and canvas, but a circular space delineated by chain-link fencing anchored to the concrete floor. Around this makeshift arena, folding chairs accommodated perhaps 30 spectators, all men in expensive casual wear, many with tablets or phones in hand. The technical setup was surprisingly sophisticated. multiple cameras mounted at different angles, a dedicated area with monitors and mixing equipment, a satellite uplink station that seemed excessive for an underground event. A man in a tailored suit approached, conducting a brisk assessment that felt more veterinary than medical. He checked my pupils, tested my reflexes, examined my hands and former injuries with detached professionalism. Throughout this examination, I noticed Kev speaking with another man who appeared to be coordinating the event, gesturing occasionally in my direction while looking at something on a laptop screen. It was only later that I understood they were reviewing my fighting record, my physical specifications, my potential market value to their audience. They led me to a preparation area partitioned off by plastic sheeting, where I changed into the plain black shorts they provided. No protective gear was offered, no gloves, no mouth guard, no hand wraps. When I questioned this, Kev explained this was old school bare knuckle style, with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. As I waited, I overheard fragments of conversation from the technical area nearby, references to stream quality, betting interfaces, and premium viewers. One phrase in particular lodged in my memory: dark web traffic is peaking. They're waiting for the fresh meat. That was the moment reality began to fracture around me. The comforting narrative of an underground boxing match dissolving into something far more sinister. These weren't fight promoters. They were content producers for dark web audiences, broadcasting violence to viewers who paid substantial sums to watch real, unregulated combat with no rules or limitations. I considered leaving, manufacturing some excuse, but two security personnel had positioned themselves by the only exit, their attention fixed steadily on me. When they finally led me to the fighting area, my opponent was already waiting. A man significantly larger than me, with crude prison tattoos and the blank-eyed look of someone for whom violence was not sport but survival. As we squared off, I noticed for the first time that the chain-link fencing enclosing us was padlocked from the outside. There would be no walking away, no throwing in the towel. The realization hit me with physical force. This wasn't a match. It was a trap. What followed exists in my memory as disconnected flashes rather than a coherent sequence. The first punches, landing with bare knuckles against unprotected flesh. The crowd's reaction, not the roaring enthusiasm of boxing fans, but something colder, more analytical, as they watched through the mediating screens of their devices. The coordinator periodically announcing figures that made no sense until I realized they were cryptocurrency amounts being bid by remote viewers. After the initial exchange left me reeling but still standing, Kev approached the fence, his expression no longer maintaining even the pretense of friendly concern. He explained, in calm, measured tones that seemed absurdly incongruous with the situation, that viewers were paying to see escalation. Either I could provide that escalation by fighting more aggressively, or they would introduce modifiers to make the content more engaging. The first modifier arrived moments later, a length of steel pipe thrown into the ring. When neither of us immediately reached for it, electrical currents surged through the metal fencing, a shocking demonstration that compliance wasn't optional. The increasingly frenzied instructions from the coordinator made the true nature of this event brutally clear. This wasn't sport or even entertainment in any conventional sense. It was the commodification of human suffering, packaged and streamed to dark web viewers who paid premium rates to watch authentic violence without simulation or restraint. I'd like to say I maintained some moral high ground, that I refused to participate in their grotesque spectacle. The truth is more complicated and shameful. When survival instinct overrides every other consideration, Moral calculations become luxury. I fought, not for victory, but for survival, with a desperate ferocity I hadn't known I possessed. I used the pipe when necessary, inflicted damage I can't bring myself to describe in detail. The worst part wasn't the physical pain, but the sense of my humanity being stripped away with each forced escalation. My reduction from person to content, from subject to object. The turning point came when my opponent, already bleeding heavily from a head wound, stumbled against the fence directly beside one of the cameras. In the momentary confusion, he managed to damage the equipment, disrupting the stream. The coordinator's panicked reaction to this technical failure created a brief window, security personnel rushing to address the broadcast issue, attention diverted from maintaining control of the performers. In that chaotic moment, another fighter was brought in to replace the damaged content, a terrified young man who couldn't have been more than 20, clearly not there by choice. As they unlocked the fence to push him in, I saw my only opportunity. I lunged through the opening, swinging the pipe with all my remaining strength at the coordinator's mixing equipment. The resulting electrical short circuit plunged sections of the car park into darkness, triggering a fire suppression system that created even more confusion. What followed was pure animalistic flight, scrambling through emergency exits, climbing perimeter fencing, running through unfamiliar industrial estates with no idea of direction beyond a way. Eventually, I found a night bus stop, boarded with blood-soaked clothes partially concealed under my jacket, and rode to the end of the line, expecting pursuit at every stop. The police, when I finally worked up the courage to approach them days later, were initially skeptical. My story sounded like paranoid fantasy or drug-induced delusion. The physical evidence was more convincing. Broken fingers, fractured ribs, defensive wounds inconsistent with any sanctioned fighting event. When they finally investigated the shopping center, they found only the most minimal evidence. Some abandoned technical equipment, traces of blood that included mine among other unidentified samples, and faint outlines where the fighting area had been established. The investigation stalled when digital forensics hit the sophisticated encryption and routing protocols used by the dark web broadcasters. The few arrests made were low-level players, security personnel and site preparers with no knowledge of the wider operation. Kev vanished completely, his identity at the gym proven false, his social media presence wiped, his connection to the fighting ring untraceable beyond my testimony. 3 years later, I still receive anonymous messages occasionally, links to encrypted dark websites where they claim footage of my performance continues to circulate as premium content, alongside offers for a rematch with substantially improved payment. Each message concludes with details about my current location that prove the sender has me under observation. I've moved cities twice, changed my name, abandoned social media, but the messages still find me. Sometimes, in moments of paranoia, I wonder if the entire experience was a selection process, if my escape was part of their evaluation, identifying fighters with the proper combination of skill and survival instinct for more lucrative events. I wonder how many others received similar offers, how many disappeared into that underground economy of violence, how many faces on missing persons posters represent dark web content that continues generating revenue long after the person has been consumed by the insatiable appetite for authentic suffering. The most disturbing realization isn't that such operations exist in the shadows of the internet, but how easily ordinary people can be drawn into them through financial desperation, through misplaced confidence, through the fundamental human error of believing ourselves exempt from becoming commodities in a market that trades in pain. Every fighting gym I pass, every underground car park I hurry through, every expensive black vehicle with tinted windows, each carries the echo of that night when I discovered how thin the membrane truly is between the world we acknowledge and the dark web marketplace that thrives beneath its surface. It was one of the biggest mistakes of my life, agreeing to help someone I'd never met with what seemed like a simple favor. I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later, and I don't think I'll ever feel entirely safe again. I should start by explaining that I'm a wedding photographer based in Leeds. It's not glamorous work, but it pays reasonably well, and I enjoy it most of the time. The job involves a lot of equipment, multiple cameras and lenses, lighting gear, backup drives for storing the thousands of photos I take at each event. I'd built up a decent reputation over the years, mostly through word of mouth and a portfolio website that showcased my better work. Last February, I received an inquiry through my website contact form. Someone named David explained that he was getting married in June and wanted to discuss booking me for the day. Nothing unusual about that. It's how most of my clients find me. He provided an email address and asked if I could send over my packages and pricing information. I replied with my standard response, outlining the different coverage options and costs. David wrote back quickly, asking several detailed questions about what equipment I used, how I backed up the photos, what my editing process involved. Again, not particularly unusual. Clients often want to know the technical details, especially if they're paying several £100s for the service. What was slightly odd was that David never mentioned his fiancée by name, never provided details about the venue, and seemed more interested in my workflow than the actual creative aspects of wedding photography. When I asked about the wedding location so I could factor in travel time, he said they hadn't finalized the venue yet, but it would be somewhere in Yorkshire. We exchanged probably a dozen emails over the next fortnight. David asked increasingly specific questions about my equipment storage, whether I use cloud backup, how I transferred files between devices, what security measures I had in place for client data. I found myself spending more time explaining my technical setup than I usually would, but he seemed like a cautious person who wanted to ensure his wedding photos would be handled professionally. Eventually, David made what seemed like a reasonable request. He explained that he'd had a bad experience with a previous photographer who'd lost an entire set of engagement photos due to a hard drive failure. Before committing to booking me, he wanted to send me a test file to upload to my system, just to verify that my backup process worked as I'd described. He'd send me a high-resolution image file. I'd process it through my normal workflow, and then confirm it had been backed up properly. It seemed like an unusual level of caution, but not completely unreasonable given his explanation. I agreed, and David sent me a download link to a file hosted on a service I wasn't familiar with. The file was large, around 2 gigabytes, which he explained was because it was an uncompressed RAW image from a professional camera. I downloaded the file and opened it in my editing software. It appeared to be a perfectly normal photograph of a landscape, well composed and properly exposed. Nothing suspicious or concerning about it. I ran it through my standard editing workflow, saved the processed version, and backed it up to my external drives and cloud storage as I would with any client file. I confirmed to David that everything had worked properly, and he seemed satisfied. He said he'd discuss the booking with his fiancée and get back to me about which package they wanted. I didn't hear from him again after that, which wasn't particularly unusual. Plenty of enquiries don't result in bookings, People change their minds or go with other photographers, or decide to cut costs by having a friend take photos instead. I forgot about David entirely until about 3 weeks later, when I started noticing strange activity on my computer. Files would be open when I was certain I'd closed them. My internet connection seemed slower than usual. The computer's fan ran constantly, suggesting something was using significant processing power even when I wasn't actively working. I assumed I'd picked up some kind of malware, probably from clicking on a dodgy link or visiting a compromised website. I ran several antivirus scans, but nothing came up. The strange behavior continued, and I eventually took the computer to a repair shop to have it properly checked. The technician who looked at it found something I hadn't expected. My computer was running a program that was accessing my files and sending data somewhere over the internet. Not all my files, just specific folders where I stored client photographs and personal documents. The program was well hidden, designed to look like a legitimate system process, and had been active for several weeks. More concerning was that the program appeared to be providing remote access to my computer. Someone, somewhere, had been able to see my screen, access my files, and potentially monitor everything I did on that machine. The technician couldn't determine exactly what had been accessed or copied, but the program had been running continuously since around the time I'd processed that test file from David. I felt sick realizing what had probably happened. That file hadn't been a test of my backup system. It had contained malicious code that installed itself when I opened it, giving David, or whoever he really was, complete access to my computer and everything stored on it. All my client files, years of wedding photographs, personal documents, financial records, passwords saved in my browser, everything. The technician cleaned the malware from my computer and recommended I change all my passwords immediately and monitor my bank accounts for unusual activity. He also suggested I contact my clients to warn them that their photographs might have been compromised, though I had no way of knowing what had actually been accessed. That conversation was excruciating, calling couples to explain that the private photographs from their weddings might have been stolen by a stranger who tricked me into installing malware on my computer. Some were understanding, others were furious. Several threatened legal action. One couple had specifically requested that certain photos never be shared online, and now I had to tell them those images might be circulating on websites I couldn't access or control. I reported everything to the police, providing all the emails from David and the technical analysis from the repair shop. They took a statement but explained that this type of crime was increasingly common and extremely difficult to prosecute. The email address David used was probably fake. The file hosting service was based overseas, and tracking down whoever was actually responsible would require resources the local police didn't have. A detective suggested I search for my client's photos online to see if they'd been posted anywhere. I spent several evenings doing image searches, checking social media sites, looking for any sign that the stolen photographs had been shared publicly. I found nothing, which should have been reassuring, but somehow made it worse. If the photos weren't being posted publicly, what were they being used for? About a month after I discovered the malware, I received an anonymous message through my website contact form. No name, no email address, just a brief message containing a link and a single sentence, telling me I should see what had happened to my work. The link was to a dark web address, meaningless letters and numbers that couldn't be accessed through normal browsers. I knew I shouldn't follow that link. Nothing good could come from seeing whatever was waiting there. But I needed to know what had been done with those stolen photographs, needed to understand the full extent of what my mistake had enabled. I spent an evening reading about how to access these hidden websites, eventually setting up the necessary software despite my growing dread about what I might find. The process was simpler than I'd expected, though I felt like I was descending into something dark and irrevocable with each step. The website that loaded was designed like a professional gallery site, clean and well organized. But instead of stock photography or artistic work, it displayed wedding photographs. My wedding photographs, dozens of complete sets from different events, all carefully organized by date and labeled with the couple's names. Each gallery had a view counter showing how many times it had been accessed. The numbers were horrifying. Thousands of views for some galleries, hundreds for others. Beneath each set of photos was a price list. People could purchase individual images or entire collections, with the cost varying based on how recent the wedding was and how many photos were included. The comments section below each gallery made me feel physically ill. People discussing the photographs in ways that had nothing to do with photography or weddings, focusing on specific individuals in the images, requesting certain types of shots, sharing the photos on other websites I'd never heard of. My work, taken without permission and sold to strangers who viewed these private moments as entertainment or something worse. But what made everything infinitely worse was discovering that my clients' photos weren't the only ones on the site. There were galleries from dozens of other photographers, thousands of wedding photographs stolen from professionals who'd been tricked the same way I had. An entire marketplace built on exploiting photographers' trust and selling intimate moments that were never meant to be public. I documented everything I could, taking screenshots and recording the website address, then reported it to the police again. They passed the information to a cybercrime unit that specializes in dark web activity, but warned me that shutting down these sites was a complicated process that could take months or years, assuming it could be done at all. The detective I spoke to explained that the photos were valuable because they were genuine rather than staged, showing real people in private moments with their families and friends. Wedding photographs captured people when they were emotional and unguarded, making them particularly sought after by certain communities online. The fact that the subjects had no idea their images were being traded made them even more valuable. I contacted every client whose photos had appeared on that website. Some had already known something was wrong because they'd been contacted by strangers who'd seen their photos, people sending disturbing messages or trying to connect with them on social media. Others had no idea their private moments had been circulating online for months, viewed and discussed by thousands of strangers. The legal consequences were severe. Several clients pursued action against me, claiming I hadn't taken adequate security measures to protect their data. My professional insurance covered some of the costs, but not all of them. My reputation in the industry was destroyed. No one wants to hire a photographer who allowed their clients' photos to be stolen and sold on the dark web. I eventually had to close my business entirely. The website hosting my stolen work was taken down after several months, but the detective confirmed the photos had been copied and redistributed across multiple other sites before it disappeared. Those images are still out there somewhere, accessible to anyone who knows where to look. What haunts me most is thinking about all the other photographers who might be receiving similar inquiries right now, from people claiming to be cautious clients who just want to test backup systems. How many are downloading files they think are harmless test images, installing malware without realizing it, giving strangers access to years of client photographs. I tried to warn others in the industry, posting on photography websites and social media groups about what had happened. Some people took the warning seriously, but others dismissed my story as paranoia or suggested I'd simply been careless with security. No one wants to believe they could fall for the same trick. that a few reasonable-sounding emails could lead to such a catastrophic breach of trust. I've changed careers now, working in retail management, where the worst damage I can do is accidentally over-ordering stock. I don't own a professional camera anymore. Don't take photos, except occasional snapshots on my phone. The sight of a wedding party makes me feel anxious and guilty, wondering if their photographer is taking proper security precautions, or if their private moments will end up traded on hidden websites. Sometimes I search for that site, checking if it's been permanently shut down or if it's resurfaced somewhere else. The original address no longer works, but I've found similar sites offering the same service, selling stolen wedding photographs to people who view others' happiness and intimacy as commodities to be purchased. I know David wasn't his real name, and I know I wasn't specifically targeted. I was just one photographer among hundreds who seemed like an easy mark, someone whose livelihood depended on sophisticated equipment and complex workflows that could be exploited. The person who sent that first email probably sent identical messages to dozens of photographers, knowing a percentage would fall for the same story. The test file I downloaded is still on my old hard drives, backed up in multiple locations exactly as I promised it would be. I've never deleted it, keeping it as a reminder of how easily trust can be weaponized and how a single mistake can echo outward in ways you can't predict or control. Those couples trusted me with their wedding photographs, and I failed them in a way that can never be made right. Their private moments exist somewhere in the hidden corners of the internet, viewed and discussed by strangers, and there's nothing I can do to take that back. No amount of apologies or legal settlements can undo what happened because of my mistake. That's what I think about when people ask why I left photography. Not the financial losses or the legal troubles or the destroyed reputation, but the knowledge that I enabled something terrible to happen to people who'd done nothing wrong, except trust the wrong photographer with their memories, and that somewhere online, those images still exist, still being traded and viewed, still causing harm I'll never fully understand. I never thought I'd be sharing this story with anyone, but I need to get it off my chest before I lose my mind. You know how some experiences are so disturbing that you start to doubt whether they actually happened? That's where I've been for the past 3 months since that night at the Penumbra Gallery. I keep telling myself it couldn't have been real, that I imagined it all, but then I'll catch a news item about another missing person or see an advertisement for an exclusive art show, and it all comes flooding back. I tried going to the police, but the investigation went nowhere. It's like the whole thing has been wiped clean, and I can't shake the feeling that people with serious money and influence want to keep it that way. I've spent the last decade as an arts journalist for various online publications, specializing in the more experimental corners of the contemporary art world. My particular focus has been the intersection of technology and art, AI-generated exhibitions, VR installations, blockchain-authenticated pieces, that sort of thing. This naturally led me to develop an understanding of the darker aspects of digital culture, including the infamous corners of the dark web, where contraband and controversial content circulates beyond mainstream scrutiny. The invitation to the Penumbra Gallery opening arrived via an encrypted email from a source I'd previously interviewed for a piece on controversial digital art markets. The exhibition was titled Visceral Truth and promised to transcend the boundaries between observer and subject through revolutionary live performance techniques. The gallery was a pop-up in an abandoned warehouse in East London, operating for just 3 nights. My source mentioned that several wealthy collectors and dark web art dealers would be present, making it a valuable networking opportunity. The exclusivity appealed to me. Invitation only, no photography permitted, no public social media coverage. I'd attended similar underground exhibitions before and written anonymous reviews that earned me credibility in certain circles. This didn't seem particularly different from other avant-garde showings where the location is revealed only hours before the event. The night of the exhibition was unseasonably cold for September. I arrived at the warehouse at precisely 9 p.m., as instructed. The building looked derelict from the outside, broken windows patched with black plastic, graffiti covering the lower walls, no visible signage indicating an art event was occurring inside. Only the presence of a well-dressed doorman checking names against a tablet suggested anything legitimate was happening there. After verifying my identity and confiscating my mobile phone, standard practice for exclusive events seeking to prevent leaks, I was ushered through a series of black curtains into the main exhibition space. The transformation from decrepit exterior to polished gallery was impressive. The cavernous interior had been divided into various chambers using temporary walls, each space spotlessly white with professional lighting. Approximately 40 people milled about, drinking champagne from crystal flutes and speaking in hushed tones, a mixture of recognizable art world figures and individuals I suspected were the wealthy collectors my source had mentioned. The first few exhibition rooms featured relatively conventional shock art, photographs of extreme body modifications, video installations showing ritual scarification, sculptures made from what appeared to be preserved animal remains. Provocative, certainly, but nothing particularly groundbreaking for someone familiar with this corner of the art world. I remember thinking the exhibition was surprisingly tame, given the secretive nature of the invitation. It wasn't until I reached the central chamber that things began to feel genuinely unsettling. This room was larger than the others, with a raised circular platform in the center, surrounded by gallery-style seating. A sign indicated this would be the location of the evening's live performance, scheduled to begin at 11 p.m. What caught my attention, however, was the unusual technical setup. Multiple cameras on tripods positioned around the platform, connected to a sophisticated-looking control station where a man in black adjusted settings on several monitors. I overheard fragments of conversation that initially seemed like typical art world pretension, but took on more disturbing connotations in retrospect. Phrases like authentic reaction capture and unfiltered visceral response were exchanged alongside what sounded like technical terminology about stream quality and connection security. One particularly animated conversation near me included mention of premium access packages and cryptocurrency-only transactions. At 10:30 p.m., attendees were encouraged to view the final exhibition room before the performance began. This space contained what appeared to be documentation of previous performances. Photographs showing individuals in various states of distress, their bodies adorned with what I assumed were elaborate makeup effects simulating wounds, burns, and other injuries. The accompanying placards described these as consensual transformative experiences and the ultimate surrender of bodily autonomy in service of artistic truth. The technical proficiency was impressive. I remember commenting to another attendee about the realistic nature of the effects. He smiled in a way that made me deeply uncomfortable, remarking that the Penumbra Collective was known for its commitment to authenticity. As 11 p.m. approached, we were guided back to the central chamber. The lights had been dimmed except for those illuminating the platform, creating a theatrical atmosphere. A woman in a sleek black dress circulated with a tablet, collecting email addresses from attendees who wished to receive the full documentation package. I provided mine, assuming this referred to photographs of the performance, or perhaps a digital catalogue. The gallery director, a tall, angular woman with silver hair, stepped onto the platform to introduce the evening's performance. Her explanation was a nauseating mix of artistic jargon and philosophical posturing about confronting the reality of human fragility and democratizing the experience of suffering. She explained that the performance would be live-streamed to private collectors and patrons unable to attend in person, and that interaction between the physical and virtual audiences would form part of the experience. When the performer was led onto the platform, something felt immediately wrong. Unlike the confident, self-possessed individuals usually found in performance art, this man moved hesitantly, his eyes darting around the room with unmistakable fear. He was young, perhaps mid-20s, thin and pale with numerous tattoos. His wrists bore marks suggesting recent restraint, though these could have been makeup effects consistent with the exhibition's aesthetic. Two assistants positioned him in the center of the platform, securing his ankles to hidden anchor points on the floor. The gallery director explained this was for stability during the transformative process. But his increasing agitation suggested whatever was about to happen wasn't entirely consensual. The realization dawned on me with sickening clarity when the control station operator announced that the stream was live and bidding could commence. On the monitors, I could see what appeared to be a chat interface filled with usernames and cryptocurrency amounts. The gallery director began describing potential modifications while gesturing to different areas of the young man's body, each suggestion corresponding with flurries of activity in the chat. This wasn't performance art simulating harm. It was actual torture being live-streamed to paying viewers on the dark web, disguised as an avant-garde exhibition for a carefully selected in-person audience who were either complicit or, like me, had been duped into providing legitimacy to the event. I felt frozen in place as the first procedure began. A small but unmistakably real incision on the man's shoulder, performed with surgical precision by one of the assistants now wearing latex gloves. The victim's muffled scream cut through the appreciative murmurs of the audience. On the monitors, bids increased rapidly as viewers requested specific modifications. I should have left immediately, should have found help, but a paralyzing mixture of disbelief and fear kept me rooted to my seat. Surely this couldn't be real. Perhaps it was an elaborate hoax designed to provoke exactly the horror I was feeling. The attendance of respected art world figures seemed to support this hypothesis. I desperately clung to this explanation, even as the evidence before my eyes became increasingly difficult to rationalize away. The true turning point came when I made eye contact with the victim. There was no performance in his terror, no artistic statement in his suffering. In that moment of connection, I knew with absolute certainty that I was witnessing something genuinely monstrous. I rose to leave, trying to appear casual, claiming to need the toilet when questioned by one of the staff. Instead of directing me to facilities, however, he insisted on escorting me, his hand firmly gripping my elbow in a way that suggested leaving wasn't truly an option. In the hallway outside the main chamber, I encountered the gallery director engaged in conversation with two attendees. They were discussing private commissions and customized experiences in terms that made it clear the night's performance was merely an introduction to services offered through more discreet channels. When they noticed me, the conversation halted abruptly. The director approached, asking pointed questions about my publication and how I'd received my invitation. Her previously performative warmth had vanished, replaced by calculated assessment. When I mentioned my source, her expression shifted subtly, and she exchanged a glance with my escort that made my blood run cold. What followed was presented as a special tour of the artist's preparation area, but felt unmistakably like being taken into custody. I was led through a service door into the warehouse's back rooms, where the carefully constructed gallery aesthetic gave way to the building's industrial reality. In one room, computer equipment far more sophisticated than necessary for a simple art installation processed what appeared to be multiple live streams. In another, 3 frightened-looking individuals, similar in appearance to the performer on the platform, sat huddled under the watch of a security guard. The director explained in the same poised, articulate manner she'd used during the performance introduction that I had been granted access to privileged information and would need to sign extensive non-disclosure agreements. The alternative, implied rather than stated explicitly, involved joining those awaiting performance opportunities. I signed whatever was placed before me, my hand shaking so violently I barely recognized my own signature. The documents included clauses about artistic confidentiality and performance ethics that thinly disguised their true purpose: to silence witnesses to criminal activity. After what felt like hours but was probably only 45 minutes, I was returned to the main gallery space where the performance continued. The victim was still conscious, but clearly in shock, his body now bearing multiple modifications that would leave permanent scars at best. The audience watched with the detached appreciation of conventional gallery patrons, occasionally consulting their phones, presumably to follow the online auction determining what would happen next. I remained only long enough to avoid suspicion, then claimed illness and requested to leave. My phone was returned, but when I checked it later, I discovered all photos from that day had been deleted and the device had been reset to factory settings. In the following days, I attempted to report what I'd witnessed to the police. Their initial interest waned rapidly after they visited the warehouse, finding it empty with no evidence of the gallery's existence. The names I provided led nowhere. The Penumbra Collective had no official registration. The gallery director was untraceable, and the building's ownership was buried under layers of shell companies. A week later, I received an email containing only a link. Against my better judgment, I clicked it, finding myself on a password-protected site that appeared to be a catalogue of performances available for private commission. The thumbnail images were mercifully blurred, but recognizable enough that I could identify the young man from the exhibition among them. The final message arrived yesterday, a digital invitation to the next Penumbra event, scheduled for next month at an undisclosed location. The invitation included a personal note mentioning how my journalistic perspective had been particularly valuable and suggesting I might wish to participate more directly in future performances. I've deleted my email accounts, changed my phone number, and am staying with a friend while I arrange more permanent relocation. But I know these precautions are likely insufficient. The Penumbra Collective operates at the intersection of the art world and the dark web, with connections and resources beyond what conventional authorities can easily trace. Every gallery opening I see advertised now fills me with dread. Every art performance a potential front for unimaginable cruelty. The boundary between provocative creativity and genuine atrocity has been irrevocably blurred in my mind. And somewhere, I know the next exhibition is already being prepared, with new performers selected and wealthy patrons eagerly awaiting their invitations. Look, I know how pathetic this makes me sound, but I paid someone £300 to help me find a girlfriend, not a professional matchmaker or anything legitimate like that. Just some bloke who claimed he could guarantee I'd meet someone within a month if I followed his system exactly. When you're 38 and haven't had a proper relationship in 5 years, you start believing that maybe the problem isn't them, it's you. And maybe you need professional help to figure out what you're doing wrong. I was working at a furniture warehouse in Swindon at the time, doing this sort of manual labor that doesn't exactly put you in contact with many single women. The few dating apps I'd tried had been disasters. Either I'd get no matches at all, or I'd meet someone for coffee and never hear from them again. My confidence was shot, and I was starting to think I'd just have to accept being alone forever. That's when I found the advertisement on one of those local classified websites where people sell second-hand cars and advertise handyman services. Someone calling himself Marcus was offering what he described as a comprehensive dating consultation service. He claimed to have helped dozens of men in similar situations find meaningful relationships using proven psychological techniques and strategic social planning. The advert was surprisingly detailed and professional. Marcus explained that most men failed at dating because they didn't understand modern relationship dynamics and communication patterns. His service involved analyzing personality types, developing personalized dating strategies, and providing ongoing support throughout the relationship-building process. He offered a money-back guarantee and included testimonials from previous clients who claimed his methods had completely transformed their romantic lives. The price was steep, but not unreasonable compared to what some professional dating coaches charged. And the guarantee made it seem like a risk-free investment in my future happiness. I sent Marcus an email explaining my situation and asking for more details about his service. His response was prompt and professional, asking thoughtful questions about my relationship history, social activities, and personal goals. He seemed genuinely interested in understanding my specific circumstances rather than just selling a generic service. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Swindon to discuss his approach in detail. Marcus turned out to be a well-dressed man in his 40s who spoke confidently about psychology and human behavior. He asked insightful questions about my dating experiences and seemed to understand exactly what had been going wrong in my previous attempts at relationships. Marcus explained that his system was based on comprehensive analysis of online dating platforms and social media networks. He had developed techniques for identifying compatible partners and initiating conversations that would lead to meaningful connections rather than superficial interactions. The first step involved creating detailed profiles on various dating platforms using optimized photos and carefully crafted descriptions that would appeal to specific personality types. Marcus would help me identify the most promising potential partners and develop customized approaches for each individual conversation. He also offered access to exclusive dating communities that weren't available through mainstream platforms. These private networks supposedly included people who were serious about finding long-term relationships rather than casual encounters, and membership was carefully screened to ensure compatibility and genuine intentions. The exclusive communities required special software to access, and Marcos provided detailed instructions for downloading and configuring the necessary applications. He explained that privacy and security were essential for these premium dating networks, which was why they operated outside conventional internet channels. I paid the fee and began working with Marcus to develop my new dating strategy. The process was more intensive than I'd expected, involving detailed questionnaires about my personality, preferences, and relationship goals, along with extensive photo sessions and profile optimization. Marcus seemed knowledgeable about online dating dynamics and provided useful advice about presentation and communication techniques. His suggestions for improving my profiles and conversation skills were practical and well-informed, and I felt optimistic about the potential for success. The exclusive dating communities Marcus provided access to were unlike anything I'd encountered on mainstream platforms. The members seemed more sophisticated and serious about finding meaningful relationships, and the quality of conversations was significantly higher than typical dating app interactions. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of these private dating networks that didn't quite fit with Marcus's descriptions of premium relationship services. Many members seemed to have access to remarkably detailed personal information about potential partners, including details that wouldn't normally be available through dating profiles. Some conversations involved references to my employment history, living situation, and financial circumstances that I hadn't disclosed in my dating profiles. The level of background knowledge that people seemed to have about me was concerning and suggested that the dating networks had access to information sources beyond what members had voluntarily provided. When I mentioned these observations to Marcus, he explained that the exclusive dating communities conducted thorough background verification to ensure member safety and compatibility. The detailed personal information was gathered through legitimate research methods to protect members from fraud and deception. He assured me that all information was handled confidentially and used only to facilitate better matches between compatible people. The comprehensive background research was a premium service that justified the exclusive nature of these dating networks. Around the fourth week of using Marcus's service, I discovered that some of the women I was communicating with through the private dating networks were people who had been reported missing in various parts of the country. The photos and personal details in their profiles matched missing person reports that I recognized from local news coverage. The realization that I might be communicating with missing people was deeply disturbing. The exclusive dating networks appeared to include profiles of people who had disappeared from their normal lives and were possibly being held against their will or exploited in some way. When I tried to discuss this discovery with Marcus, he dismissed my concerns as misunderstanding the complex nature of online identity and privacy. He suggested that many people used alternative identities online for legitimate privacy reasons, and that assuming missing person connections was paranoid and inappropriate. He also reminded me that I had paid for his services and signed confidentiality agreements about the dating networks and techniques he had provided access to. Discussing these concerns with outside parties could violate our agreement and create legal complications for both of us. Marcus began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities that he couldn't have gathered through our dating consultation relationship. He made references to my daily routine, work schedule, and social activities that suggested he had been conducting surveillance of my personal life. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my communications and movements were being monitored. The same background research techniques that were supposedly being used to verify dating network members were apparently being applied to monitor my own activities. I realized that the dating service had been used to recruit me into communication with people who were being held or exploited against their will. The premium dating networks were probably fronts for human trafficking operations, and I had been unknowingly participating in communication with victims. The detailed personal information that Marcus had gathered about me during the consultation process was probably being used to assess my suitability as a potential victim or accomplice. The dating service had been a recruitment method disguised as relationship assistance. When I attempted to end my involvement with Marcus's service entirely, he pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of private dating networks and communication methods that were sensitive and potentially valuable to unauthorized parties. my participation had created ongoing security considerations that couldn't simply be dismissed. The surveillance of my personal activities continued after I tried to withdraw from the service. Marcus's organization maintained contact through various channels, occasionally sending references to my daily activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I tried reporting my suspicions to the police, but discovered that proving human trafficking based on dating service activities was extremely difficult. The consultation work had been presented as legitimate relationship advice. The dating networks could be justified as premium services, and the communication activities could be explained as normal online dating interactions. Marcus's organization continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional dating assistance and opportunities to access exclusive relationship networks. They seemed to view my knowledge of their operations as creating ongoing obligations that prevented me from simply walking away. I never determined the full scope of the trafficking operation or what happened to the people whose profiles I had been communicating with through the private dating networks. The combination of sophisticated recruitment methods, comprehensive surveillance capabilities, and systematic exploitation suggested an organization with significant resources and reach. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting participants in human trafficking operations by exploiting people's loneliness and relationship desires. They understood how to use legitimate-seeming dating services to recruit both victims and accomplices for criminal activities. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for companionship had been transformed into participation in the systematic exploitation of vulnerable people who were probably as lonely and desperate as I had been. The dating service had been designed to identify and recruit people whose emotional vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar dating consultants and relationship coaches, offering guaranteed results and access to exclusive dating networks that aren't available through mainstream platforms. The services they describe always promise comprehensive background verification, always require confidentiality agreements, and always involve accessing private networks through specialized software. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other lonely people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are seeking genuine romantic connections, while actually participating in communication with trafficking victims or being assessed for recruitment into criminal operations themselves. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for something disturbing online. Sometimes what you find in the deeper corners of the internet finds you back. I was 17 and in my final year at sixth form when I got invited to the group chat that changed everything. Not that I thought of it that way at the time, of course. Back then, it just seemed like another place where people shared content that was too extreme for mainstream platforms, the sort of thing that gets removed from social media within hours of being posted. The invitation came from someone I'd met on a forum dedicated to banned films and censored documentaries. He went by the username Deep Diver and seemed to know about obscure content that most people had never heard of. After a few weeks of exchanging messages about hard-to-find footage, he asked if I wanted to join a more private discussion group. I should probably have asked more questions about what exactly they discussed in this private group, but I was curious and figured it couldn't be worse than some of the content I'd already encountered online. Plus, being invited to something exclusive felt like validation that I was serious about this stuff, rather than just another casual browser. The group used an encrypted messaging app that automatically deleted messages after a few hours. There were maybe 15 or 20 regular participants, all using pseudonyms, discussing everything from leaked police footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. Most of the conversation was fairly mundane. People sharing links, discussing whether particular videos were authentic, debating the ethics of viewing certain types of content. The sort of academic discussion you might expect from film students, except focusing on material that would never appear on any university syllabus. But occasionally, someone would mention red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as urban legend, technically impossible to maintain and too risky for anyone to actually operate. The group participants seemed split on whether they actually existed. Some claimed to have accessed genuine streams. Others insisted it was all elaborate fiction designed to waste people's time and money. The debates could go on for hours without reaching any conclusion. What made me pay attention was how knowledgeable some of the participants seemed about the technical aspects. They discussed hosting infrastructure, streaming protocols, and audience management with the sort of detail that suggested real familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who called himself Stream Watcher, claimed to have documented evidence of multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share recordings and screenshots with serious researchers who could prove their legitimate interest in the subject. I was skeptical initially. Half the people online claimed to have exclusive access to rare content, and most turned out to be attention seekers or scammers. But Streamwatcher's approach was different, more cautious, more professional, focused on documentation rather than sensationalism. After several weeks of proving my interest through detailed discussions about other extreme content, Streamwatcher finally offered to share some of his archive material. Not direct access to live streams, but recordings and evidence that would allow me to evaluate whether red rooms were genuine phenomena or elaborate hoaxes. The files he sent were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been genuine documentation of real events, or sophisticated fiction created by someone with considerable technical skills and resources. What convinced me the material might be authentic was the mundane details that would be easy to overlook if you were creating fiction. Background sounds that suggested urban environments, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times when cross-referenced with other sources. Streamwatcher explained that accessing live streams required considerably more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services hosting red rooms changed locations frequently, required personal recommendations to access, and operated on schedules that weren't publicly advertised. But if I was serious about documenting whether red rooms were real or fictional, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. Viewing recordings of questionable content was one thing, but participating in a live stream felt like crossing a line into more serious territory. But I was curious, and Streamwatcher assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating access codes, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the live stream, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed a concrete room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal chair, and restrained in that chair was a man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. He was conscious but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes before anything significant occurred. The man in the chair would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, with participants displaying varying degrees of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, jeans, plain shirt, nothing theatrical or costume-like, no mask or distinctive features, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera equipment, checked various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They moved with the practiced efficiency of someone following a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. People were making requests in multiple languages, sharing previous experiences, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. I realized I needed to stop watching before the situation escalated further. Whatever was about to happen would cross ethical boundaries that no amount of academic curiosity could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had shifted slightly, revealing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the chair was a poster, a promotional image for a local music festival that had taken place in Birmingham the previous summer. I recognized that poster because I'd been to the festival, had the same promotional image saved on my phone from when I'd posted about it on social media. It was distinctive enough that there couldn't be any mistake about what I was seeing, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere near Birmingham, possibly from Birmingham itself. I took screenshots of the background details and compared them to images I could find online. The poster was definitely from the Birmingham festival, but there were other details too. A section of brick wall with a particular pattern. Fluorescent lighting fixtures that looked like standard commercial installation. The combination of elements suggested an industrial or commercial space rather than a residential property. Somewhere with concrete floors, basic lighting, and walls where someone could put up posters without worrying about damage to decorative surfaces. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the Birmingham connection, looking at maps of industrial areas, checking property listings for commercial spaces, trying to identify locations that matched what I'd seen in the stream. The other group chat participants seemed impressed that I'd spotted local details in the background. Streamwatcher in particular was interested in my analysis, asking detailed questions about the Birmingham area and whether I recognized any other elements from the video. His questions made me uncomfortable. Rather than being pleased that I'd provided useful information, he seemed focused on how much I knew about local geography and whether I spent time in industrial areas of the city. That's when I started to wonder whether my invitation to the group chat had been as random as I'd initially assumed. I went back through our early conversations, looking for anything that might have revealed my location or personal details. I'd been careful not to share identifying information, but there were probably enough clues in my posts for someone determined to work out roughly where I lived. My concerns increased when Streamwatcher offered to share access to another live stream, this one specifically described as being broadcast from the Midlands. He seemed particularly interested in whether I'd be able to identify the location from background details. Instead of accepting the offer, I decided to test whether the group participants knew more about me than they should. I posted a message mentioning that I was planning to visit London the following weekend, then watched to see if anyone reacted to the false information. Within a few hours, Streamwatcher had sent a private message asking about my London plans and suggesting places I might find interesting to visit. His recommendations were specific enough to suggest he knew the city well, but generic enough that they could apply to any tourist. But then he mentioned a particular bookshop in Camden that specialized in rare and unusual publications, the sort of place that someone interested in extreme content might find appealing, but not somewhere you'd recommend to a casual visitor. I'd never mentioned any interest in books or Camden specifically. The recommendation felt like someone demonstrating knowledge they shouldn't have about my interests and preferences. That night, I noticed a car parked outside my house that I hadn't seen before. Nothing particularly suspicious about it, just an ordinary family saloon with local number plates. But it was positioned where the driver would have a clear view of my bedroom window. I watched from behind my curtains for about an hour, but no one approached the car or gave any indication of what they were doing there. Eventually, I convinced myself I was being paranoid and went to bed. The car was gone the next morning, but I found myself checking for it every time I looked outside. Over the next week, I started noticing other small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. Post delivered slightly later than usual, as if someone had intercepted and then replaced it. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved minutely from where I'd left them. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or coincidence, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing suspicions about the group chat. I decided to test my theory by posting false information about my weekend plans, claiming I was visiting relatives in Manchester when I actually intended to stay home. Then I watched to see if anyone showed unusual interest in my supposed absence. On Saturday morning, while I was supposedly in Manchester, someone knocked on our front door. I watched from my bedroom window as a man in ordinary clothes had a brief conversation with my mother, showing her what appeared to be some kind of identification. From the distance, I couldn't hear what they were discussing, but my mother seemed to be answering questions rather than just providing directions or information. After about 5 minutes, the man left and my mother returned inside. When I went downstairs later, I asked her who had been at the door. She said it was someone from the council asking about planning applications for the street, checking which properties might be affected by proposed development work. Nothing unusual about the conversation, though she mentioned that he'd seemed particularly interested in which rooms faced the rear garden. That evening, I received a private message from Streamwatcher asking how my Manchester trip had gone and whether I'd found anything interesting to do there. I hadn't mentioned Manchester specifically in the group chat. I'd said relatives in the northwest, but the specific city had only appeared in a private conversation with one other participant who'd asked for more details about my travel plans, which meant either that participant had shared my information with Streamwatcher, or Streamwatcher was monitoring my private conversations more closely than the group's security protocol should have allowed. I stopped participating in the group chat after that. Didn't make any dramatic announcement or explain my concerns, just gradually reduced my posting frequency until I was effectively lurking rather than contributing. But the messages from Streamwatcher continued. Not threatening or obviously suspicious, just casual check-ins asking about my interests and activities. The sort of friendly contact that would seem normal from someone you'd met through shared hobbies. Except for the increasing specificity of his questions about my local area and daily routine. 2 weeks after I'd stopped participating in the group chat, I found a USB stick in my college bag. Not obviously placed there, just loose in the bottom of the bag like it had fallen out of a textbook, or been forgotten after borrowing someone's laptop. The sort of thing that happens regularly in college environments where everyone's constantly sharing equipment and files. But I couldn't remember putting it there, and it didn't belong to any of my course mates when I asked around. The USB contained a single video file with no identifying information about its source or creation date. When I opened it, I found myself watching footage of my own bedroom. Not recent footage. The timestamp showed it had been recorded several months earlier before I'd rearranged my furniture and redecorated. But it was definitely my room, filmed from an angle that suggested the camera had been positioned near my window. The recording showed me sleeping, completely unaware that I was being watched and documented. Several hours of footage covering an entire night, edited down to highlight moments when I'd moved or changed position. At the end of the recording was a title card with a single line of text and a date 1 week in the future. Next episode, live. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. Going to the police would require explaining how I got involved with the group chat in the first place, and I'm not sure they'd believe a story about being targeted through discussions of extreme online content. Moving away isn't realistic when I'm still in sixth form and living with my parents, and I'm not convinced it would help anyway if these people have been planning this for months. The date from the USB stick is tomorrow night. I don't know whether that means another recording will be made, or something worse. But I do know that I should have been more careful about who I trusted online, and what information I shared with people whose real identities I never bothered to verify. There's a reason most people never go past the first few search results when they're looking for disturbing content. Sometimes the most disturbing thing you'll find is that it was looking for you all along. Here's something they don't tell you about rock bottom. When you're desperate enough, you'll trust anyone who offers you a way out. I was sitting in my bedsit in Preston, 3 months behind on rent, and seriously considering whether I had enough paracetamol in the bathroom cabinet, when I got that email about free therapy. No waiting lists, no GP referrals, just immediate help for people like me who'd lost their jobs and were struggling to keep their heads above water. I should have known that kind of generosity doesn't exist in the real world, especially not when it comes to mental health care in this country. The whole thing started when I was at my lowest point after losing my job at the council offices in Preston. I'd been working in housing benefits for about 3 years, dealing with people who were often in desperate situations, and the stress had been building up without me really noticing. When the department restructured and my position was eliminated, I found myself on the other side of the benefit system I'd been administering. The redundancy payment kept me afloat for a few months, but job hunting while dealing with depression felt impossible. I'd wake up with good intentions about sending applications, then spend the day staring at my laptop screen feeling overwhelmed by the simplest tasks. My savings were running low, and I was starting to panic about paying rent. That's when I saw the email in my spam folder, which should have been my first warning sign. It was from something called the Community Mental Health Initiative, offering free counseling services to people experiencing work-related stress and depression. They claimed to be a new pilot program funded by local government grants, designed to provide immediate support to people who couldn't access NHS mental health services. The email was professional enough, with proper logos and contact information that looked legitimate. They were offering individual counseling sessions with qualified therapists, along with access to online resources and support groups for people dealing with employment issues and financial stress. I called the number provided and spoke to a receptionist who seemed knowledgeable about mental health services and government funding programs. She explained that they were specifically targeting people who had lost their jobs in the public sector. As research had shown, these individuals were particularly vulnerable to mental health crises. The receptionist scheduled me for an initial assessment with a counselor named Dr. Webb, who would evaluate my situation and recommend appropriate treatment options. The appointment was available within days rather than months, which seemed too good to be true, but was exactly what I needed. Dr. Webb's office was located in a modern business park outside Preston, in a building that housed various healthcare and professional services. The setup looked legitimate enough, with proper signage and a waiting area filled with mental health awareness materials and government health campaign posters. Dr. Webb herself seemed professional and qualified, asking appropriate questions about my mental health history, current symptoms, and life circumstances. She demonstrated genuine understanding of depression and anxiety, and her therapeutic approach felt competent and evidence-based. During the initial session, she explained that their program used innovative treatment methods that combined traditional counseling with digital therapy tools. Participants would attend weekly in-person sessions while also engaging with online resources designed to provide continuous support between appointments. The online component involved using specialized platforms that weren't available through mainstream internet channels. Dr. Webb explained that these experimental therapy tools required enhanced privacy and security measures to protect patient confidentiality and prevent unauthorized access to sensitive mental health data. She provided detailed instructions for accessing these digital therapy resources, including steps for downloading software that would connect me to private online communities and interactive therapy programs. The technology was presented as cutting-edge mental health treatment that was being piloted before wider NHS implementation. The weekly counseling sessions were genuinely helpful. Dr. Webb seemed skilled at cognitive behavioral therapy techniques, and I felt like I was making real progress in managing my depression and anxiety. The in-person therapy felt legitimate and professionally conducted. However, the online therapy components began to feel increasingly unusual. The private platforms I was accessing contained discussion groups and interactive content that seemed to go beyond typical mental health resources. Some of the online communities included people discussing extremely personal details about their psychological vulnerabilities, family relationships, and financial circumstances. The level of intimate information being shared seemed excessive for therapy support groups, and many participants appeared to be disclosing details that could be used to exploit or manipulate them. The interactive therapy programs also asked for unusually detailed personal information about my daily routines, social relationships, and decision-making processes. The assessments went far beyond what would be necessary for depression and anxiety treatment, probing into areas that seemed more relevant to psychological profiling than therapeutic intervention. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the extensive personal disclosure required by the online platforms, Dr. Webb explained that modern digital therapy relied on comprehensive data collection to provide personalized treatment recommendations. The information I was providing would be analyzed by advanced algorithms to optimize my therapy experience. She also emphasized that all data was protected by strict confidentiality protocols and would only be used for legitimate therapeutic purposes. The detailed personal information was necessary to ensure that digital therapy tools could provide appropriate support for my specific psychological needs and life circumstances. Around the 6th week of treatment, Dr. Webb began incorporating exercises that involved researching and documenting information about other people in my social network. These assignments were presented as therapy techniques designed to help me understand relationship dynamics and improve my social support systems. I was asked to gather detailed information about friends and family members, including their mental health status, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities. The therapeutic rationale was that understanding the complete context of my social relationships would help identify sources of stress and develop strategies for building healthier connections. These assignments felt intrusive and inappropriate for legitimate therapy work. When I expressed concerns about gathering personal information about friends and family without their knowledge or consent, Dr. Webb assured me that relationship analysis was a standard component of modern therapeutic practice. She explained that many mental health problems were rooted in dysfunctional social dynamics, and understanding these patterns required comprehensive assessment of all significant relationships. The information I gathered would only be used to develop better therapeutic strategies for my individual treatment. However, the specific types of information I was being asked to collect seemed designed for purposes beyond therapeutic analysis. I was documenting psychological vulnerabilities, financial pressures, and personal secrets that could be valuable for manipulation or exploitation, rather than mental health treatment. Some assignments involved using the online therapy platforms to connect with and gather information about people who weren't part of my existing social network. I was asked to engage with strangers in the digital therapy communities and document their personal circumstances and psychological states. When I questioned why therapy work involved systematic intelligence gathering about other people, Dr. Webb reminded me that I had been receiving valuable mental health treatment that would normally cost hundreds of pounds through private healthcare. The comprehensive nature of the treatment program required participants to engage fully with all therapeutic components. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal activities and circumstances that she couldn't have gathered through our therapy sessions alone. References to my daily routine, financial situation, and social interactions suggested that my participation in the online therapy platforms had provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities. I realized that the counseling program had been used to recruit me into systematic intelligence gathering operations disguised as mental health treatment. The therapy sessions had been legitimate enough to establish trust and dependency, while the online components had been used to gather detailed personal information about vulnerable people. The people participating in the digital therapy communities were probably being exploited in similar ways, with their mental health struggles being used to recruit them into activities that had nothing to do with legitimate therapeutic treatment. When I attempted to end my participation in the program, Dr. Webb pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of experimental therapy techniques and access to sensitive information about other participants. My involvement in the program had created ongoing responsibilities that couldn't simply be terminated. She also suggested that ending treatment abruptly could be harmful to my mental health progress, particularly given my history of depression and current unemployment stress. The therapeutic relationship we had developed was important for my psychological stability and shouldn't be disrupted without careful consideration. The surveillance of my personal activities became more obvious after I tried to withdraw from the program. The monitoring capabilities that had been established through the online therapy platforms continued to track my communications and activities even after I stopped participating in the digital components. I tried reporting my concerns to mental health regulatory authorities, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The counseling sessions had been professionally conducted. The online therapy could be justified as innovative treatment methods, and the personal information gathering could be explained as necessary therapeutic assessment. Dr. Webb's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped attending sessions, offering additional mental health services and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their monitoring capabilities remained active. I never determined who was actually directing the counseling program or what they were using the detailed personal intelligence for. The systematic exploitation of people's mental health vulnerabilities, combined with sophisticated surveillance techniques disguised as therapy tools, suggested an organization capable of extensive manipulation and control. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's mental health needs to recruit unwitting participants in intelligence-gathering operations. They understood how to use legitimate therapeutic relationships to establish trust and dependency, while using digital therapy platforms to gather comprehensive personal information about vulnerable individuals. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine need for mental health support had been transformed into participation in systematic exploitation of other people struggling with similar problems. The counseling program had been designed to identify and recruit people whose psychological vulnerabilities could be leveraged for criminal purposes. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar mental health organizations, offering innovative therapy programs that combine traditional counseling with experimental digital treatment methods. The services they describe always offer immediate access without waiting lists, always involve online components that require specialized software, and always emphasize the need for comprehensive personal disclosure. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people struggling with mental health issues have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are receiving legitimate therapeutic support, while actually participating in intelligence-gathering operations that exploit their psychological vulnerabilities for criminal purposes. You never really know your neighbors, do you? I mean, we all have this idea that suburbs are these safe little bubbles where everyone's just living their normal lives behind their normal doors, mowing lawns on Sundays, having barbecues in summer, that whole picture-perfect thing. That's what I thought about Cherry Lane when I first moved there. Just your average street in a quiet suburb outside Manchester. Decent houses, nice gardens, the occasional kid's bike left on a front lawn. Nothing special, nothing that would make you look twice. I bought my house there about 4 years ago after getting a job at the local university's IT department. Nothing fancy, just network security and maintenance. The kind of job where people only notice you when something stops working. The house was a decent semi-detached. Previous owners had done it up nice enough that I didn't have to worry about major renovations. Perfect for a single guy who'd rather spend his weekends gaming than fixing leaky pipes. The neighbors seemed friendly enough at first. There was this older couple next door who'd bring in my bins when I forgot. A family with teenagers across the street. A few young professionals like me scattered around. Everyone smiled and waved, but kept to themselves for the most part. Perfect for me, since I've never been the block party type. I remember thinking it was weird how quiet the street was at night, even on weekends. Most suburbs have at least some noise. Teenagers hanging out, the occasional party, cars coming and going. But Cherry Lane was different. After about 9 p.m., it was like someone had hit a mute button. No cars driving through, no voices, sometimes not even the sound of a TV through an open window in summer. I just figured I'd gotten lucky. Found a street full of early-to-bed types who respected the peace and quiet. The first thing that struck me as odd, and honestly, I ignored it at the time, was the internet setup. Being an IT guy, I naturally checked out the network infrastructure when I moved in. The whole street had this insanely good fiber connection, way better than you'd expect for a suburb this far from the city centre. I mean, we're talking enterprise-level speeds. When I asked the installation guy about it, he just shrugged and made a vague comment about the area being part of a special regional upgrade. I didn't question it, just felt lucky to have such good bandwidth for my gaming sessions. It was about 6 months in when I started noticing other strange things, little inconsistencies that didn't quite add up, like how the houses all had these high-end security systems, not just alarms, but proper CCTV, motion sensors, the works. Strange for a neighborhood with practically zero crime. Or how almost everyone had blackout blinds or curtains that were always closed after dark. Or the way certain houses would have visitors only at specific times, never random drop-ins, always scheduled, always the same pattern. Being a bit of a nerd with too much time on my hands, I started keeping track of these patterns, just out of curiosity, you know. The family across the street, for instance, every Tuesday and Friday, they'd have visitors arrive precisely at 10 p.m. The visitors always parked around the corner, rather than directly outside. They'd stay for exactly 2 hours, then leave. Same routine, week after week. The house, 3 doors down, had a different schedule. Mondays and Thursdays, visitors between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. The older couple next door, Wednesdays, weekends off. It was like watching some bizarre shift rotation at a factory, except this was a residential street. I probably would have just written it off as some weird suburban swinger thing, or maybe a gambling circle if it hadn't been for what happened with my Wi-Fi. Being in network security, I regularly scan my home network for intrusions or unusual activity, just professional paranoia, I guess. One night, I noticed something strange. Massive data uploads happening at regular intervals, not from my devices, but somehow passing through a hidden node on my network. Someone had piggybacked onto my system, but in a way that was incredibly sophisticated. They weren't just stealing my Wi-Fi, they'd actually created a secondary network that was using my connection as one of multiple routes. It was brilliant, technically speaking, routing data through several houses to mask the origin point, the kind of setup that would take serious expertise and coordination. My professional curiosity got the better of me, and I did something I probably shouldn't have. I set up a packet sniffer to see what kind of data was being transmitted. I expected to find evidence of some boring corporate espionage, or maybe someone running an illegal file-sharing operation. It took me a few days to accept what I was seeing. The houses on Cherry Lane weren't just homes. They were broadcasting studios for the darkest corner of the internet. Red rooms, where people would pay to watch unspeakable things happen in real time. Each house had its own schedule, its own specialty, its own audience, and they were all connected through an elaborate network designed to hide the source of the broadcast from anyone investigating. I should have gone to the police immediately. That's what any normal person would have done. But 2 things held me back. First, I technically committed a crime by hacking into this network And second, I had no actual proof of what was happening inside those houses. I'd seen the data, but not the content. For all I knew, I could have been misinterpreting everything. So I decided to gather more evidence. I set up a hidden camera, pointing out my front window, recording the comings and goings on the street. I kept logs of network activity, noted patterns of when broadcasts seemed to be happening. I even started taking evening walks around the neighborhood, trying to glimpse anything through windows or hear anything that might confirm my suspicions. That was my first mistake, showing interest. In a neighborhood built around secrecy, someone suddenly paying attention stands out like a spotlight in darkness. About 2 weeks into my amateur investigation, I noticed a shift in the atmosphere on Cherry Lane. The neighbors stopped waving or making small talk. Cars I didn't recognize would drive slowly past my house at odd hours. My bins would be searched before collection day, items moved around or taken. Small things that could be explained away but added up to a clear message. I was being watched. Then came the digital warnings. My personal account started showing login attempts from unknown locations. My home security system would report offline status despite being fully functional. Anonymous emails would arrive with no content, except my current location or a photo of me taken earlier that day without my knowledge. I was being hunted by people who knew exactly how to disappear others. The turning point came when I returned home one evening to find my front door unlocked. I knew for certain I'd locked it. I always triple-checked. Inside, nothing seemed obviously disturbed, but a network scan revealed a new device connected to my Wi-Fi. A small camera hidden in my living room smoke detector. They'd been inside my house, studying me, assessing the threat I posed. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark, back against the wall, laptop open in front of me as I frantically compiled all my evidence onto an encrypted drive. The plan was simple. Leave at dawn, drive straight to a police station in another city, hand everything over, and disappear. Whatever was happening on Cherry Lane was bigger than me, more organized than I'd initially thought. As I worked, a notification popped up on my network monitor. Unusual activity on the street's shared infrastructure. Data rates spiking across multiple houses simultaneously, outside their normal broadcasting schedules. This had never happened before. All the houses were active at once, like some coordinated event. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach as another notification appeared. Someone was accessing my home network, not from outside, but from one of my own devices. The camera in the smoke detector had been activated remotely. I was being watched right now as I prepared my escape. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It contained only a link, an onion address, accessible only through Tor browsers. Against every instinct screaming at me to ignore it, to grab my keys and run, I clicked the link. It opened to a streaming page with multiple camera views, all showing different angles of my house. My front door, back garden, the street outside, and most terrifyingly, my living room. Me sitting there with my laptop, watching myself on the screen. In the corner of the page was a countdown timer, 003000, ticking down second by second. Below it, a viewer count rapidly climbing into the hundreds, and a comment section filling with messages in multiple languages. The title of the stream, displayed across the top of the page, turned my blood to ice. It announced a Cherry Lane special event focused on eliminating a security threat, with viewer participation enabled. This wasn't just surveillance, it was entertainment. I had been marked not just for removal, but for broadcast. The quiet, ordinary houses of Cherry Lane had synchronized their operations for a special feature presentation, and I was to be the unwilling star. I slammed my laptop shut, grabbed my car keys and the encrypted drive, and made for the front door. As my hand touched the knob, every light in my house suddenly went out. Not just electric lights. My phone died simultaneously, my smartwatch, everything electronic. An EMP device, professional grade, taking out everything with a circuit in a 10-meter radius. In the perfect darkness, I heard multiple cars pulling up outside, car doors opening and closing with soft, deliberate clicks, footsteps on gravel, approaching from both directions. The sound of my back door lock being expertly picked. They were efficient, I'll give them that. They knew exactly how to control a situation, how to minimize noise and struggle. I fought anyway, managed to injure at least 2 of them, before something pricked my neck, and the world began to dissolve around me. I woke up in a room I didn't recognize, yet somehow knew intimately from its dimensions and design. One of the broadcasting rooms I'd never seen but had tracked through network data. The encrypted drive was gone. My clothes had been changed. Monitoring equipment had been attached to my chest and head to capture vital signs for the viewers, I realized with detached horror. A high-end camera sat on a tripod in the corner, its red light glowing steadily. On the wall, a monitor displayed the same streaming page I'd seen earlier, now showing me in this room from multiple angles. The viewer count had reached thousands. The comment section scrolled too fast to read, but I caught disturbing suggestions about starting with fingers and saving the face for last among the less translatable comments. In that moment, I understood the true horror of Cherry Lane. It wasn't just that some neighbors were running red rooms. It was that the entire street was a coordinated operation. Everyone was involved, from the elderly couple who'd helped with my bins to the family with teenagers across the street. The quiet suburb wasn't a collection of independent households who happened to be engaged in similar activities. It was a purpose-built broadcasting facility disguised as a normal neighborhood. They'd created an entire fake community, with each house serving a specific role in both the operation and the maintenance of the facade. Some houses were broadcasting studios, others were for technical support, others for security and surveillance. They'd even planted fake normal residents, like the older couple, to make the street appear more authentic to outsiders and new targets. And I hadn't stumbled into this by accident. My background in IT security, my living alone, my clean record and minimal social connections. I'd been selected, researched, and maneuvered into buying that specific house. They'd wanted someone with technical skills to maintain their network infrastructure, someone who wouldn't be immediately missed if they disappeared. I wasn't their first victim. I was their newest employee, expected to work until I became content. The door opened, and 3 of my neighbors entered, people I'd waved to, made small talk with, believed were just ordinary people living ordinary lives. They wore surgical masks and gloves, and one carried a case that opened to reveal medical tools arranged with meticulous precision. The last thing I remember clearly was one of them adjusting the camera angle while explaining to the viewers that tonight's broadcast would demonstrate the consequences of curiosity, teaching a lesson about why some doors should remain closed and some networks left unexplored. I'm only able to tell this story because I escaped. Not that night, but months later, after I'd been broken, after I'd been forced to participate in what happened in those houses, after I'd learned every technical aspect of their operation. I got out during a power outage caused by a winter storm. the only time their redundant systems all failed simultaneously. I took nothing except knowledge of what happens on streets like Cherry Lane. I live differently now, in a small apartment in a crowded city centre. I have no internet connection, no smart devices, nothing that connects to anything else. I change locations every few weeks, pay only in cash, use a different name each time. I write this on paper, transferring it by memory to a public computer that I will never use again. Because Cherry Lane wasn't unique, it was one of many. Their network data revealed connections to similar operations across the country, across Europe, a whole hidden infrastructure of ordinary-looking streets, where extraordinary horrors unfold behind drawn curtains. Streets designed to look normal from the outside, while hosting the most profitable form of entertainment for those with the darkest appetites and the deepest pockets. Sometimes, when I walk through residential areas, I find myself studying the houses, looking for the signs I now recognize all too well. The uniformity of security systems, the pattern of visitor arrivals, the quality of the internet infrastructure, the silence after dark. And sometimes I see a street that matches all the criteria, where every house has blackout blinds that close at sunset, where the residents move with the hyper-awareness of people who know they're always on camera, where normal neighborhood randomness has been replaced by choreographed ordinariness. When I find those streets, I keep walking and never look back. Because the most terrifying thing about places like Cherry Lane isn't what happens inside those houses. It's how ordinary they appear from the outside, how effectively they hide in plain sight, and how many of them exist in quiet suburbs just like yours. Looking back, a lot of things about that site didn't make sense, even before the video started. I was in my second year at Birmingham, sharing a cramped terrace house with 3 other students. The sort of place where the heating barely worked, and you could hear everything through the paper-thin walls. My room was at the back, overlooking a car park and the bins, which suited me fine. Meant I could stay up late without bothering anyone. That's how I'd gotten into browsing the darker corners of the internet in the first place. Insomnia had always been a problem, and after exhausting Netflix and YouTube sometime around 3 in the morning, I'd started exploring places I probably shouldn't have. The university's VPN made me feel safer about it, like there was this barrier between me and whatever I was looking at. Naive, really, but I was 20 and thought I knew better than everyone else. Most of what you find on the dark web is disappointingly mundane. Lots of broken links, abandoned forums, the occasional marketplace selling things that probably weren't what they claimed to be. But there's something addictive about it. This sense that you're seeing the internet's basement, all the stuff that's been swept under the carpet. I'd spend hours just clicking through random addresses, following breadcrumbs that led nowhere. The site I found that night didn't have a name, just a string of random characters in the address bar. The layout was basic, almost primitive. Black background, white text, a handful of links arranged in a simple list. What caught my attention was how recently active it seemed. Most hidden sites feel abandoned, like digital ghost towns, but this one had timestamps showing activity from just hours earlier. The main page advertised something called premium viewing experiences, with prices listed in pounds sterling, which struck me as odd. Most of these sites dealt in American dollars, or avoided currency altogether. There were maybe a dozen links, each with cryptic titles like Private Collection Number 47 or Exclusive Content Limited Time. Nothing explicitly stated what the content actually was, but there was an air of exclusivity about it all, like you were being invited into something special. What really didn't make sense was the technical side of things. The site loaded fast. too fast for something supposedly hidden away on encrypted servers. The video player embedded in the page looked professional, with proper buffering and quality controls. These weren't the sort of features you'd expect from some back alley corner of the internet. It felt more like a legitimate streaming service that had been painted black and moved underground. I clicked on one of the middle links, something called Live Session Number 23. A payment screen appeared, asking for about £40, but there was also a guest access option in small text at the bottom. I wasn't about to hand over my card details to a nameless website, so I clicked the guest option instead. The screen went black for a moment. Then a new page loaded with a simple countdown timer. Next session begins in 12 minutes, it read. Below that was a chat box, already filled with messages from other users. Most were just timestamps and numbers, coordinates maybe, or some sort of code. But scattered between them were comments that made my stomach turn. People discussing what they wanted to see, placing what looked like requests or bets. I should have closed the browser then, should have gone to bed, or watched something normal, or done literally anything else. But there's something about forbidden knowledge that makes it impossible to look away. I told myself I was just curious, that I'd watch for a few minutes to see what all the fuss was about, then leave. The timer hit 0 and the screen changed again. This time it showed what looked like a normal living room. Beige carpet, a leather sofa, family photos on the mantelpiece. The quality was good, HD at least, and the camera seemed to be positioned somewhere near the ceiling, giving a wide view of the space. At first, nothing happened. Just an empty room with the soft sound of a television playing somewhere off camera. Then a woman walked in. She was maybe 40, wearing a dressing gown and slippers, carrying a mug of tea. Completely ordinary. She settled onto the sofa and picked up a remote channel surfing through what looked like normal British television. The whole scene was so mundane it was almost disappointing. The chat box beside the video was going mental though, messages flooding in faster than I could read them, users excitedly discussing what was happening. Some seemed to know the woman's name, her address, details about her life. Others were making suggestions about what should happen next, and these suggestions were getting increasingly disturbing. That's when I noticed the woman kept glancing towards the camera. Not directly at it, but in that general direction, like she could sense something was wrong. She muted the television and sat very still for a moment, head tilted slightly as if listening for something. The chat messages were coming even faster now, and I caught fragments that made my skin crawl. People talking about timing, about opportunities, about how long they'd been planning this. The woman stood up suddenly and walked towards what I assumed was the kitchen. The camera angle changed. There was more than one feed. This new view showed a hallway with stairs leading up to the first floor. I could hear her moving around, opening cupboards, the clink of dishes being washed. Normal evening sounds that now felt ominous given the context. One of the chat messages caught my attention. Back door's been open for 10 minutes now. Another replied, "Give it 5 more, then we go." I felt sick. This wasn't just voyeurism. It was something much worse. These people weren't just watching this woman. They were coordinating something. Their room wasn't about what I'd expected at all. It wasn't some torture chamber or theatrical horror show. It was about real people in real danger, and I was watching it happen in real time. The woman came back into the living room, but she wasn't carrying her mug anymore. Instead, she had her mobile phone, and she was dialing a number. The chat exploded with panic and excitement. Messages about abort codes and backup plans, complaints about the timing being wrong, arguments about who was responsible for the failure. But the woman wasn't calling the police. She was calling someone else. And when they answered, she said something that made my blood freeze. "I know you're watching. I can see the visitor count on my stream." The camera feeds went black simultaneously. The chat box disappeared. Within seconds, I was staring at an error page claiming the site had never existed. I tried refreshing, typing in the address again, even checking my browser history, but there was no trace of what I'd just seen. I sat there in the dark of my room, listening to my housemate snoring through the walls, trying to process what had happened. Had I just watched someone's home being monitored by strangers? Had I witnessed the planning stages of a break-in or worse? Or had the whole thing been an elaborate fake, designed to mess with people like me who went looking for forbidden content? The worst part was the woman's final words. She'd known about the visitor count. That meant she was aware of being watched, maybe even complicit in it. But that raised even more disturbing questions about what kind of person would willingly participate in something like that, and what sort of people were paying to watch. I didn't sleep that night. Every small sound in the house made me jump. Footsteps on the stairs, the boiler clicking on, the wind rattling the windows. I kept thinking about that woman, wondering if she was safe, wondering if what I'd seen was real or just an elaborate performance designed to traumatize gullible students like me. The next morning, I tried researching red rooms properly, using the normal internet. Most sources claimed they were an urban legend, that no one had ever found genuine evidence of live-streamed violence or murder. But then I'd read forum posts from people claiming to have seen exactly what I'd witnessed: normal people in normal homes being watched by crowds of strangers with sinister intentions. What bothered me most was how professional the whole thing had seemed. This wasn't some amateur operation run by basement-dwelling psychopaths. The website, the video quality, the payment systems, it all suggested something much more organized and well-funded, the kind of thing that would require serious technical expertise and significant resources to maintain. I started paying more attention to true crime stories after that, looking for patterns that might connect to what I'd seen. Home invasions, where the victims reported feeling watched beforehand. Burglaries, where nothing was stolen but personal items had been moved or examined. Missing person cases where the last known activity was routine, domestic, ordinary. Sometimes I'd catch details that seemed familiar. A layout similar to that living room. A victim who matched the description of the woman I'd seen. But there was never enough to make a definitive connection, and I was hardly going to call the police to report something I'd witnessed while illegally browsing hidden websites. The university VPN felt less like protection after that, more like a thin curtain that could be pulled aside at any moment. I stopped exploring the dark web entirely, sticking to normal websites and trying to forget what I'd seen. But late at night, when the house was quiet and I was alone with my thoughts, I'd find myself wondering about that woman. Had she escaped whatever was being planned for her? Had she been part of it all along? Or had I witnessed something much worse? The moments before someone became a victim, broadcast live to paying customers who treated human suffering as entertainment. The worst part is that I'll never know. The site vanished without a trace, leaving me with nothing but questions and the horrible certainty that somewhere out there people are watching other people's lives unfold in real time, waiting for the perfect moment to step from observer to participant. Sometimes I catch myself checking the locks on my doors more carefully than I used to, or glancing towards the corners of rooms where a hidden camera might be positioned. I tell myself it's paranoia, that what I saw was probably fake, designed to mess with people exactly like me. But late at night, when I'm alone in my room and the house is quiet, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, someone might be watching me too, waiting for their moment, counting down their own timer until it's time to act. And the thing that scares me most, the thought that if it happened to me, there might be other curious students out there, browsing sites they shouldn't be browsing, watching it all unfold in real time, telling themselves it's probably just fake. I used to think online anonymity made you safer, until I found out how easy it is for someone to find you when they really want to. Working at TechFix in Birmingham city centre wasn't exactly what I'd planned when I dropped out of college halfway through my computing course. The pay was rubbish, and most customers treated you like you were thick, but it beat signing on and gave me something to do while I figured out what came next. Plus, Dave, who owned the shop, was decent enough and didn't ask too many questions about why I'd left uni. The work was mostly straightforward: virus removals, hardware upgrades, data recovery for people who'd managed to delete their holiday photos. Nothing that required the sort of advanced knowledge they'd been trying to teach us at college. Just basic technical skills and patience with people who couldn't tell the difference between their desktop and their hard drive. It was a Tuesday afternoon in November when the woman came in with the laptop that changed everything. She was probably in her 50s, well-dressed but nervous, the sort of customer who clearly didn't feel comfortable in computer shops. Her laptop had crashed completely, wouldn't boot up at all, and she needed some files recovered before a business meeting the following day. Standard data recovery job. I explained it would take a few hours to extract the files safely, and she could collect the laptop the next morning. She seemed relieved and left after paying the deposit. I didn't start working on it until later that afternoon. When I opened up the laptop case to check the hard drive, I found a USB stick wedged inside, not properly inserted into a port, just loose in the casing like it had fallen out of someone's pocket during a previous repair. It wasn't the customer's. She'd been very specific about what files she needed recovering, and they were all work documents stored on the main drive. This USB looked older, more worn, like it had been used heavily over several years. I should have just put it in the lost property box and forgotten about it. But curiosity got the better of me, especially during a quiet spell when Dave had popped out to the bank. I plugged it into my work computer to see if there was anything that might identify the owner. The USB contained a single folder labeled with a string of random letters and numbers. Inside that folder were more folders, each named with dates going back about 18 months. And inside those folders were video files. The first few I opened were obviously downloaded from streaming sites. Poor quality, generic content, nothing particularly unusual. But as I worked through the folders chronologically, the content became progressively more disturbing. These weren't random downloads from public sites. Someone had been systematically collecting footage of real violence, organized by date and location. Police body cam footage from crime scenes. Security camera recordings from incidents that had never been reported in the news. Mobile phone videos shot by witnesses to events that looked genuinely traumatic. The timestamps suggested the material was recent, some of it from just weeks before. Either someone had remarkable access to law enforcement databases, or they were connected to the people creating this content in the first place. Buried deeper in the folder structure, I found something that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the files. Live stream recordings, multiple files, each several hours long, showing what appeared to be real-time violence happening in various locations. The video quality was better than the other content, suggesting professional equipment rather than security cameras or phone recordings. These weren't just recordings either. The interface visible around the edges of the video showed chat windows, viewer counters, control panels. Someone had been participating in live streams where people could watch real violence happening as it occurred. The most recent folder contained something even worse. Rather than just recordings of streams, there were planning documents, schedules, location details, equipment lists. Someone wasn't just watching this content, they were involved in organizing it. One document caught my attention because it mentioned Birmingham specifically, a location I recognized from the address, a warehouse district about 20 minutes from the city centre, where several businesses had closed down over the past year, leaving empty buildings that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. According to the schedule, something was planned for that location the following evening. I should have contacted the police immediately, should have handed over the USB and let them investigate whatever criminal operation was documented on it. But I knew how that conversation would sound. College dropout claiming to have found evidence of live murder streams on a random USB stick that may or may not have belonged to a customer. Instead, I copied some of the files to my personal laptop and spent the evening researching the locations mentioned in the documents. Most were commercial properties that had been empty for months, the sort of places where unusual activity might go unnoticed for weeks. The Birmingham warehouse was owned by a company that had gone into administration 6 months earlier. According to the business listings, it had been used for food storage, but satellite images showed it was now clearly abandoned, perfect for someone who needed a secure location away from residential areas. The planning documents suggested the operation was more sophisticated than I had initially assumed. Multiple camera positions, streaming equipment, backup systems. This wasn't amateur content. Someone was running what amounted to a professional production, just with considerably more disturbing subject matter than typical broadcasts. I found myself checking the documents obsessively over the next 24 hours, looking for more details about what was being planned. The scheduling information suggested regular events rather than one-off incidents, with different locations used on a rotating basis to avoid detection. By Wednesday evening, I'd convinced myself that I needed to see for myself what was happening at the warehouse, not to get involved or intervene, just to confirm whether the documents were describing something real or elaborate fiction. I drove out there around 8 o'clock, parking several streets away and approaching on foot through the industrial estate. Most of the businesses in the area closed early, leaving the roads empty except for the occasional lorry heading to the motorway. The warehouse was at the end of a cul-de-sac, separated from the other buildings by a car park that had been abandoned long enough for weeds to grow through the tarmac. From the outside, it looked completely derelict. Broken windows, graffiti on the walls, the sort of place teenagers might use for underage drinking. But there were fresh tire marks in the car park, and one of the loading bay doors was slightly ajar, despite looking secured from a distance. I circled the building looking for a vantage point where I could see inside without being noticed. The rear of the warehouse had several broken windows at ground level, covered with boards that had gaps large enough to see through. What I saw inside confirmed everything from the documents. The warehouse had been converted into a filming space. Professional lighting, equipment, multiple cameras positioned around a central area, computer stations along one wall. It looked like a television studio, except for the restraint equipment and the metal table positioned where you'd normally expect to see chairs or a sofa. There were 3 people setting up equipment, all dressed in ordinary clothes, like they were preparing for any normal work shift. Nothing theatrical or sinister about their appearance. They could have been setting up for a corporate video or product demonstration. The casual nature of their preparation was somehow more disturbing than if they'd been wearing masks or costumes. These were just people doing a job, even though that job involved creating content that would traumatize anyone with a functioning conscience. I watched for about an hour as they completed their setup and tested various pieces of equipment. Around 9:30, a van pulled up outside and 2 more people entered the building. One of them was carrying what appeared to be camera equipment. The other was supporting someone who seemed barely conscious. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing preparation. I was about to see the actual filming of whatever those documents had been planning. I should have called the police then. Should have run back to my car and driven straight to the nearest station to report what I was seeing. Instead, I stayed at the window, telling myself I needed more evidence before making accusations that could ruin innocent people's lives. The unconscious person was positioned on the metal table while the others made final adjustments to their equipment. Computer screens came alive showing what looked like streaming interfaces, though I couldn't make out the details from my position outside. Then one of the camera operators looked directly at the window where I was watching. Not in my general direction, but specifically at the gap in the boards where my face was visible. Our eyes met through the broken glass, and I saw him say something to the others while pointing towards my location. I ran, made it back to my car, and drove home as quickly as possible without breaking every speed limit in Birmingham. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to process what I'd witnessed and decide what to do about it. The logical action was to contact the police with everything I'd seen and copied from the USB. But I knew how weak my story sounded. I'd essentially been stalking people based on files I'd stolen from a customer's property, then trespassing on private land to spy on what might have been legitimate business activity, and now someone had seen me watching them. I spent the rest of the evening checking that my flat was properly secured and trying to convince myself that the person at the warehouse had no way of identifying me. They'd seen my face for maybe 3 seconds in poor lighting conditions. Even if they wanted to find me, how could they possibly know who I was or where I lived? The next morning, I arrived at work to find the woman from Tuesday waiting outside the shop. She seemed different from when she'd first brought the laptop in. More confident, less nervous about being in a computer shop. She asked about her data recovery with the sort of casual interest you might show when collecting dry cleaning rather than the urgency she'd displayed initially. I handed over her laptop and the recovered files, expecting her to check everything was in order before leaving. Instead, she just smiled and asked if I'd found anything interesting while working on her machine. The question was innocent enough, but something about the way she asked it made my stomach drop, as if she already knew what I'd discovered and was testing whether I'd admit to it. I told her everything had gone smoothly and that all her files had been recovered successfully. She thanked me, paid the balance, and left without checking any of the work I'd supposedly done. But as she reached the door, she turned back with that same smile and mentioned that she hoped I'd found the warehouse visit educational. Then she was gone, leaving me standing behind the counter, trying to work out how she could possibly have known where I'd been the previous evening. I checked our customer database after she left. The contact details she'd provided led nowhere. Disconnected phone number, fake address, credit card that had been declined when I tried to process the final payment later that day. She'd never been a legitimate customer at all, which meant the entire laptop repair had been a setup to get the USB into the shop, knowing that whoever worked on the machine would eventually find it and look at the contents. Someone had wanted me to see those files, wanted me to go to the warehouse, wanted me to witness what was happening there. The question was why. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every customer who came into the shop seemed suspicious. Every person who looked in my direction on the street felt like a potential threat. I started varying my route home, checking behind me more often, sleeping with furniture pushed against my bedroom door. But nothing obvious happened. No threatening messages, no suspicious phone calls, no obvious signs that I was being followed. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. A week later, I found another USB stick. This one was left on the counter at work while I was helping a customer in the back room. When I returned, it was sitting next to the till with a small note attached that simply said, "Next episode." I should have thrown it away immediately, or handed it to the police, or quit my job and moved to another city. Instead, I took it home and plugged it into my laptop. The files were similar to the first USB, but more recent. New locations, new scheduling documents, new recordings of events I didn't want to see, but couldn't stop watching. And buried in the folder structure was something that made my blood turn cold. Photos of me, not just from the warehouse. Dozens of images taken over the past week showing me walking to work, shopping for groceries, sitting in my flat with the curtains open. Someone had been documenting my daily routine with the systematic thoroughness of a professional surveillance operation. The final folder contained a single document with an address and a time. Tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock. The location was another abandoned warehouse, this one on the other side of Birmingham. And at the bottom of the document, a single line of text that made it clear this wasn't an invitation. Your turn. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. The police won't believe a story this bizarre without evidence I can't provide without incriminating myself. Moving away won't help if these people have the resources to track me down once already. Tomorrow evening, I'll have to decide whether to go to that warehouse or spend the rest of my life wondering when they'll decide to come and find me instead. Either way, I don't think online anonymity is going to keep me safe much longer. It felt like a game at first, but I quickly learned it wasn't, and what followed would change my life. My parents worked long hours, and I was an only child, which meant most evenings were spent alone in my room in our terrace house in Reading, supposedly doing GCSE coursework, but actually scrolling through whatever caught my attention online. The internet was more entertaining than television, and considerably more entertaining than the homework I was meant to be doing. I'd started with the usual social media platforms, but they got repetitive quickly. Same people posting the same types of content, same arguments about the same topics, same manufactured drama that felt hollow after a while. I wanted something more authentic, more immediate, more real than the polished nonsense everyone was sharing. That's when I discovered image boards, not the mainstream ones that everyone knew about, but smaller, more obscure communities where people shared content that wouldn't survive long on regular platforms. Raw, unfiltered material that felt genuine in ways that social media never did. The sort of places where people posted without worrying about maintaining personal brands or managing public images. The content was hit and miss, sometimes interesting, sometimes disturbing, often just random nonsense that someone had found amusing enough to share. But there was an authenticity to it that I found appealing. People weren't performing for audiences the way they did elsewhere online. They were just sharing whatever they'd encountered or created. One image board I frequented had a section dedicated to what they called rare finds, unusual content that people had discovered in the deeper parts of the internet. Not necessarily illegal material, just things that were difficult to find or access through normal browsing. The discussions were more sophisticated than you'd expect from random internet users. People analyzed the authenticity of footage, discussed technical aspects of content creation, shared methods for accessing hidden or restricted material. It felt like being part of an exclusive research community. That's where I first encountered mentions of red rooms. The concept was straightforward enough. Live streams supposedly hidden on the dark web, where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants dismissed them as technically unfeasible urban legends, but a few claimed to have encountered evidence suggesting they might actually exist. What made me pay attention was how casually these discussions happened. People weren't treating it like creepypasta or horror fiction. They discussed red rooms the same way they discussed any other type of online content, as something that probably existed somewhere, even if it was difficult to access. One regular poster, who went by Streamfinder, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine red room broadcasts. He was selective about who he shared content with, requiring people to contribute interesting finds before he'd provide access to his collection. I spent several weeks proving my interest by sharing unusual content I discovered on other platforms. Nothing extreme, just rare or hard to find material that demonstrated I was serious about documenting authentic internet phenomena rather than just seeking sensational content. Streamfinder eventually shared some files from his archive, video clips that showed dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific geographic locations, equipment brands visible in some shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Streamfinder explained that accessing live red room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't easy to find through casual browsing. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether red rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for later that week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in unusual internet content was supposed to be about finding authentic material, not witnessing actual crimes. But the way Streamfinder described it made it sound like an academic exercise rather than participation in something illegal. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software to download, rotating passwords that changed every few hours, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream during a quiet evening at home, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player embedded in a simple web page, chat window below, viewer counter showing about 150 people online. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a converted basement or garage space. Concrete walls, harsh fluorescent lighting, minimal furniture except for a metal table positioned in the center of the frame. The atmosphere felt industrial rather than domestic. Strapped to the table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s, conscious but not moving much. She would occasionally test her restraints or look around the room, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who'd stopped fighting against their situation. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages. People discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, treating the whole thing like interactive entertainment. The casual way they discussed real violence was more disturbing than the violence itself. I watched for about an hour while my parents were downstairs watching television, using headphones so they wouldn't hear anything from my room. The woman would periodically struggle against the restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 9 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around the space with practiced efficiency, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main video feed. They worked methodically, following what appeared to be a familiar routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer count had climbed to over 200. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details in the video feed. On the wall behind the table was a local business calendar, one of those promotional items that companies give out to customers at the beginning of each year. The business name was partially visible, and it looked familiar in a way that made me uncomfortable. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the calendar. The company name was for a plumbing supplier in Reading, the same town where I lived. I'd seen their van parked outside houses in my neighborhood when they were doing repair work or installations, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere local rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and real. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It was potentially occurring within a few miles of where I was sitting in my bedroom. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching the plumbing company and their customer base. They serviced residential and commercial properties throughout Reading and the surrounding areas, including industrial units and warehouse spaces that would be perfect for activities people wanted to keep private. I started paying attention to their vans when I saw them around town, noting which properties they visited and whether any locations seemed unusual or suspicious. Most were obviously legitimate, houses and businesses that needed normal plumbing work, but I noticed they'd done work at several commercial properties that appeared to be vacant or underutilized based on their external appearance. Empty office buildings, unused warehouse units, the sort of places where someone could operate without being noticed by neighbors. One location particularly caught my attention because it was in an industrial area about 20 minutes from my house, and the plumbing company had visited several times over the past few months, according to the work schedules visible on their website. I decided to take a look at the area during a weekend, using revision time as an excuse to get out of the house. The industrial estate was mostly legitimate businesses, but several units were clearly vacant with to let signs and boarded windows. The unit that had received multiple plumbing visits was officially empty according to the estate agent's signage, but showed signs of recent activity. Fresh tire tracks in the car park, windows that had been covered from inside rather than just boarded up, utility connections that suggested power and water were still active. From the road, everything looked normal, just another vacant commercial property waiting for new tenants. But knowing what I potentially knew about local Red Room operations made it feel sinister in ways that were difficult to explain. I walked past several times over the next week, varying my route and timing to avoid appearing suspicious. Most of the time, there was no obvious activity, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles parked outside, that weren't there regularly. One evening, I saw light coming from inside the unit despite it being officially vacant. Not normal commercial lighting, but the harsh, bright illumination that would be needed for filming or broadcasting. That's when I realized I might be looking at the actual location where the stream I'd watched was being produced. Streamfinder had mentioned that what I'd observed wasn't an isolated incident. He offered to provide access to additional streams if I was serious about documenting their activities. I should have declined and focused on my GCS-ES instead, but the discovery that this might be happening locally had made it feel more urgent and important than just another piece of unusual internet content. The next stream he arranged access to was scheduled for the following weekend. Different location, different setup, but the same basic format. Live violence broadcast to paying audiences who treated real suffering as entertainment. This time, the identifying details were clearer. Not just a local business calendar, but a window that showed part of what appeared to be a residential street. Houses with a particular architectural style, streetlights with distinctive designs, road markings that were obviously British. The architectural style looked familiar because it was similar to houses in my own neighborhood. Those Victorian terraces, the specific streetlight designs used by the local council, even the particular type of paving stones visible in the road. It all looked very much like areas of Reading I knew well. I spent hours comparing the glimpse of street visible through that window with online maps and street view images of my local area. The match wasn't exact, but it was close enough to suggest the stream was being broadcast from somewhere within the town where I lived. The realization that red rooms might be operating in my own community, rather than some distant location, made everything feel more dangerous and immediate. These weren't abstract criminals in foreign countries. They were people who might shop in the same places, use the same roads, possibly even live on streets I walked down regularly. I started researching local missing person reports, looking for cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without knowing exactly when people had been taken or having clear physical descriptions, it was impossible to make definitive connections. But I did find several reports of people who disappeared without obvious explanation over the past year. Not enough to establish any clear pattern, but more than you'd normally expect in a town the size of Reading. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was someone around my own age. A 17-year-old who'd been reported missing about 3 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The physical description and age were similar to someone I thought I'd seen in one of the archive streams Streamfinder had shared. The circumstances of the disappearance were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for the person to leave voluntarily, and no evidence of where they might have gone. They'd simply vanished between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. I researched the route they would have taken and found it passed through several areas with vacant commercial properties, including the industrial estate where I'd noticed the suspicious activity. It would have been easy for someone to intercept them in a relatively isolated area without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own town might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about documenting unusual internet phenomena. It was about real people from my community suffering for the entertainment of online audiences. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that would sound. 16-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams based on recognizing local business calendars and street architecture. Without more concrete evidence, they dismiss it as internet fantasy. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the red rooms discovered that someone had identified their activities. They demonstrated willingness to commit serious violence for entertainment. What would they do to protect themselves from exposure? Instead, I decided to gather more evidence before making any reports. Document activity at suspicious locations, record when lights were visible in supposedly vacant properties, note which vehicles visited and when. But as I was conducting this informal surveillance, I started noticing that I might not be the only person watching these locations. Other people seemed to be taking unusual interest in the same properties I was monitoring. Not obviously suspicious behavior, just individuals who appeared more often than random chance would suggest, positioned where they could observe the vacant units without being obvious about it. One person I noticed regularly was someone who looked like they might be around college age, watching the industrial estate from different positions over several days. Not someone I recognized from my own college, but possibly a student from elsewhere in Reading. The possibility that other people had discovered the same connections I had made me realize that my investigation might not be as secret as I'd assumed. If multiple people were monitoring these locations, then whoever was behind this might already be aware that their activities had been identified. That evening, I found a note that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Just a single piece of paper with a printed message that made my hands shake as I read it. Games should stay games. No signature, no return address, nothing that would identify who had sent it. But the timing and content made it clear that someone knew about my interest in red rooms and wanted me to stop investigating. The word games particularly bothered me because it echoed my own initial reaction to finding the streams. Someone had been watching me closely enough to know how I'd approach this situation, what my motivations were, possibly even what I'd been thinking. I threw the note away and tried to convince myself it was coincidence or someone playing a prank, but I couldn't explain how they'd obtained my home address and managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more notes, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone was paying closer attention to my routine than felt comfortable. I stopped visiting the industrial estate and tried to focus on my GCSE revision instead. But I couldn't shake the knowledge of what I'd discovered, or the fear that I'd gotten too close to something dangerous. The lights stopped appearing in the vacant units around the same time I stopped conducting surveillance. Either the activities had moved elsewhere, or whoever was responsible had decided to suspend things until the attention died down. I never reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. The evidence was too circumstantial, and the risks too obvious. Instead, I tried to pretend the whole thing had never happened and focus on preparing for my exams. But I still think about that first stream and how it had felt like a game until I realized the victims were real people from my own community. How the distance created by computer screens and internet anonymity had made it easy to treat serious violence as entertainment. And I think about how many other similar operations might be running in vacant commercial properties across the country, operated by people who look and act like ordinary members of their communities when they're not broadcasting real suffering to paying audiences. Sometimes I wonder if other people my age have stumbled across similar activities in their own towns, thinking they were just exploring unusual internet content until they realized the victims were real people from their own communities, whether they reported what they found or stayed quiet like I did, too scared to risk becoming the next person to disappear between college and home on what should have been a routine journey. The thing about the dark web is that it seems distant until it shows up at your front door. 6 months ago, I made one careless decision that's turned my entire life inside out. A single click that I can't take back. I haven't told my friends. How do you casually mention that you might be implicated in something horrific? It started on a Thursday night in February, one of those dreary winter evenings where darkness falls by 4 p.m. and seems to last forever. I was sprawled on my sofa, laptop balanced on my stomach, half watching some forgettable Netflix documentary while scrolling through Reddit. I live alone in a small flat in Manchester. Moved there for work 3 years ago, but never really built a social circle. I'm a graphic designer, which means I spend most of my days in front of screens, and most nights too. That particular night, I was bored. Not just regular bored, but that restless, existential kind of boredom where you feel like you're wasting your life away, one Netflix episode at a time. I'd been browsing the dark web on and off for about a year. Nothing serious, mostly out of curiosity and a vague interest in cryptocurrency. I'm not technically inclined, but I'd managed to figure out how to use Tor and access the hidden parts of the internet that you don't stumble across through Google. That night, my boredom led me deeper than usual. I found myself on a marketplace that sold everything from counterfeit currency to hacked accounts. What caught my eye was a listing for something called a curiosity box. The description was vague. A curated collection of items you won't find elsewhere, each box unique. No returns, no questions. The price was steep, about £200 in Bitcoin. But something about it intrigued me. Maybe it was the mystery, or maybe it was just the promise of something different breaking the monotony of my existence. Whatever the reason, I made the payment, entered my delivery details, and promptly fell asleep on the sofa, the empty wine bottle on the floor probably explaining my lapse in judgment. The next morning, I woke with a hangover and a vague memory of my late-night purchase. I checked my Bitcoin wallet, and sure enough, the transaction had gone through. I felt a twinge of regret. £200 was a lot for what was probably just a box of worthless trinkets or illegal knockoffs. But what really unsettled me was that I'd used my real address. I'd been careful on previous dark web excursions, but the wine had made me careless. I told myself it would be fine. Worst case scenario, I'd wasted money on junk. Best case, I'd get something interesting to break the monotony. 2 days later, I'd almost forgotten about the whole thing when I heard a knock at my door. It was a delivery driver with a small, unmarked brown package. I signed for it, surprised at how ordinary the whole transaction felt. The package was about the size of a shoebox, lightweight, with no return address or markings of any kind. Just my name and address printed on a generic label. I took it to my lounge and set it on the coffee table, suddenly feeling a strange reluctance to open it. For a moment, I considered just throwing it away unopened. But curiosity, the same curiosity that had gotten me into this situation, won out. I cut through the packaging tape with a kitchen knife and opened the box. Inside was a layer of bubble wrap, and beneath that, several items nestled in black tissue paper. The first item was a USB drive, matte black with no markings. The second was a small velvet drawstring bag. The third was a folded sheet of paper, and the fourth was a Polaroid photograph, face down. I examined the USB drive first, turning it over in my hands. Common sense told me not to plug an unknown drive from the dark web into my computer, but I figured my laptop was due for an upgrade anyway. I had decent security software, so I took the risk. The drive contained a single video file. I clicked on it, and my screen filled with footage of someone's home, filmed from what looked like a hidden camera. The footage showed an ordinary living room, sofa, TV, coffee table. Then someone walked into frame. It took me a moment to process what I was seeing. The person on screen was me. This was footage of my flat, filmed without my knowledge. The timestamp in the corner showed it was from 3 weeks ago. I slammed the laptop shut, my heart pounding against my ribcage. Someone had been in my flat. Someone had hidden cameras in my home. I scanned the room frantically, looking for anything out of place, any tiny lens or device I might have missed. Then I remembered the other items in the box. With shaking hands, I opened the velvet bag. Inside was a key, an ordinary Yale key that looked disturbingly similar to my own front door key. I picked up the folded paper next. It contained a list of my daily routines, meticulously documented. When I left for work, which coffee shop I stopped at on Thursdays, my regular grocery shop on Fridays, even the fact that I called my mother every Sunday at 6 p.m. My mouth went dry. This wasn't just some random dark web scam. This was targeted surveillance. I'd been watched, studied, catalogued. But why? I'm nobody. A freelance graphic designer with an unremarkable life and a modest bank account. Why go to all this trouble? There was still the Polaroid. It lay face down in the box, and some irrational part of me thought that as long as I didn't look at it, this nightmare wouldn't be real. But I had to know. I picked it up and turned it over. The photo showed me, asleep on my sofa, clearly taken the very night I'd ordered the box. In the image, someone was standing over me, a figure in dark clothing, their face just out of frame. They were holding something that glinted in the low light, the blade of a knife hovering just inches from my throat. I dropped the photo as if it had burned me. They had been in my flat while I was asleep with a knife. I don't remember much of what happened next. I grabbed essential belongings and fled to a hotel. I called in sick to work. I spent hours searching my flat for cameras but found nothing. I changed the locks, installed a security system, even considered moving. But a horrible thought kept nagging at me. They'd been watching me for weeks before I ordered the box. This wasn't a consequence of my dark web purchase. The purchase itself had been part of their plan. For days, I jumped at every sound, checked over my shoulder constantly, slept with the lights on when I managed to sleep at all. I combed through my flat inch by inch, but found no cameras. Either they were incredibly well hidden, or they'd been removed. Neither possibility was comforting. A week after receiving the box, I came home to find a small package leaning against my door. No postage, no label, just a padded envelope. Inside was another USB drive. Despite every instinct screaming not to, I plugged it in. This time, the video showed a different flat, a different person sleeping. The same dark figure stood over them, knife in hand. But this time, the video didn't end with just the threat. I won't describe what happened next. I couldn't watch it all, but I saw enough to know it was real. At the end of the video, text appeared on screen. Your curiosity box has been delivered to another customer. That's when I understood. The curiosity box wasn't just a product. It was a system, a game, a chain. Someone had purchased access to my life, just as I had unknowingly purchased access to someone else's. And somewhere out there, another person was receiving a box containing footage of me, my routines, a key to my flat, and a photo of what could have happened while I slept. I went to the police, but what could I tell them? That I'd purchased something illegal on the dark web and was now being terrorized. That I potentially had evidence of a murder, but had acquired it through illegal means. I'd be implicated myself. It's been 6 months now. I've moved flats, changed my name, deleted all social media. I work exclusively from home and have groceries delivered. But I still feel watched, still check for cameras daily, still sleep with a baseball bat beside my bed. Because here's the thing about the dark web. It's not some separate reality that exists only in digital space. It's a gateway that allows the darkest parts of humanity to reach through your screen and into your physical world. When you engage with it, you're not just clicking links, you're opening doors. And sometimes, what comes through those doors follows you long after you've closed your browser. I don't know who received my information in their curiosity box. I don't know if they're watching me right now, waiting for the perfect moment to complete what was started that night as I slept on my sofa. I don't know if I'm a target, a random selection, or just another link in a chain of voyeuristic terror. All I know is that every night, as I double-check my locks and scan my new flat for unfamiliar shadows, I remember that single moment of boredom, that single careless decision, that single click that might eventually cost me everything. Because on the dark web, curiosity doesn't just kill cats. It creates ripples that turn into waves that drown you slowly, one sleepless night at a time. Okay, so this might just be me, but have you ever had a moment when your phone screen shows you something disturbing and you immediately check over your shoulder to make sure no one can see what you're looking at, even when you're completely alone? 4 months ago, I experienced something on the dark web that I've been unable to shake from my mind. So here goes. It started on an entirely ordinary Tuesday evening. I just finished a late dinner, microwave lasagna, nothing special, and was sitting on the toilet, mindlessly scrolling through my phone as one does. I'd been fascinated with the dark web for about a year by that point. Not because I wanted anything illegal, mind you. I've always been the curious type, ever since I was a kid taking apart my toys to see how they worked. Studied computer science at university. Worked in IT for 8 years now. I suppose that's why I first downloaded Tor. Professional curiosity, I told myself. A bit of a lie, that. I'd browse the dark web occasionally when bored, usually after a few drinks, mostly just looking at marketplaces selling counterfeit goods or dodgy pharmaceuticals. Nothing too sinister, though there was always that thrill of knowing I was somewhere I perhaps shouldn't be, like a digital urban explorer. That night, I'd had a couple of whiskeys after a particularly stressful day at work. My boss had been on my case about some server issues that weren't even my department. The bathroom was the only place my flatmate wouldn't disturb me. So there I sat, trousers around my ankles, scrolling through forums I had no business visiting. I'd found my way onto a forum I hadn't seen before. Black background, red text, very 90s web design. The site claimed to be for practical solutions to complex problems. Vague enough to sound legitimate at first glance. I was scrolling through thread titles, mostly stuff about bypassing security systems or creating untraceable identities, when I saw a post titled DIY Silence Methods. My finger hovered over it for a moment. The title was just ambiguous enough that it could have been about soundproofing a room or creating white noise to help with sleep, but something in my gut told me it wasn't. Still, curiosity got the better of me. It always does, doesn't it? I tapped the thread. The page loaded slowly. Tor's never been known for its speed. And what appeared made me physically recoil. The thread contained meticulously detailed guides for creating homemade torture devices, not historical information or theoretical concepts, but step-by-step instructions with diagrams showing how to build tools specifically designed to cause pain, without leaving visible marks. Tools designed to extract information, while keeping the victim conscious. Tools designed for silence. I remember my bathroom suddenly felt very cold. The radiator had been on full blast. My flatmate always complained about my excessive heating bills. But I felt goosebumps forming on my arms. What disturbed me most wasn't just the content itself, but the clinical, almost academic tone, as if the author was explaining how to assemble IKEA furniture, not instruments of suffering. And worse still were the comments beneath each design, users suggesting improvements or sharing their field test results. I should have closed the app immediately, should have deleted Tor, reset my phone, and forgotten the whole thing. Instead, like a witness to a car crash, I couldn't look away. I scrolled further, reading through post after post. People were casually discussing the merits of different techniques, like they were reviewing kitchen appliances. This method is too messy for apartment use. This one tends to cause unconsciousness too quickly. I found adding this modification extends the process by several hours. My stomach churned. The microwave lasagna threatened to make a reappearance. Yet I kept scrolling, telling myself I was just documenting the depravity, as if I were some sort of digital anthropologist studying the darkest corners of humanity. What a load of rubbish. I was rubbernecking at human suffering. That's when I noticed the view counter at the bottom of the thread. Only 3 people were currently viewing this horrendous content. The forum administrator, someone with the rank field expert, and me. 3 people in a hidden corner of the internet that should require specific knowledge even to find. I suddenly felt very exposed, like I'd wandered into a private meeting I wasn't invited to. As I was about to close the app, a notification appeared at the top of my screen. A private message. The username matched the field expert, currently viewing the thread. My thumb hovered over the notification. Every instinct told me not to open it. But again, that damn curiosity. I tapped it. First time browsing our resources. I notice you've been on this page for 16 minutes, looking for something specific. I offer practical demonstrations for serious clients. My blood ran cold. 16 minutes. Had I really been staring at this horror show for that long? And what did they mean by practical demonstrations? I didn't respond, immediately closing the app and shutting off my phone entirely. I sat there in the bathroom, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. Trousers around my ankles, the faint drip of the leaky tap, the only sound breaking the silence. I finally gathered myself, washed my hands thoroughly, as if I could somehow clean away what I'd seen, and went to bed. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I kept thinking about how the person had known exactly how long I'd been viewing the thread. Was there some tracker embedded in the page? Had I compromised my anonymity somehow? I told myself I was being paranoid. The dark web is supposed to be anonymous. That's the whole point. This was probably just a scammer trying to frighten naive browsers into paying for services that didn't exist. The next morning, I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. Just another internet weirdo trying to seem more dangerous than they actually were. I went to work, had a relatively normal day, and had almost put the incident out of my mind by the time I got home. Almost. That evening, I received an email to my personal account, not my work email or any address I'd ever used with Tor. The subject line, regarding your interest in silence methods. The body contained only an attachment, a PDF. I scanned it with 3 different antivirus programs before opening it. It wasn't malware. It was worse. The PDF contained a customized silence method, tailored specifically for someone matching my exact physical description: height, weight, even the small scar on my left wrist from a childhood accident. The document detailed how my apartment layout, which it described with disturbing accuracy, would provide optimal acoustics for the procedure. It mentioned how my neighbor's hearing impairment would be advantageous. It specified which of my kitchen implements would be most effective. I felt the world tilt sideways. How could they possibly know these things about me? I'd been so careful with my identity online. I'd used Tor correctly. I'd never entered personal information. My hands shook as I deleted the email, then emptied my trash folder, as if that would somehow protect me. I spent that night at a friend's house, making up some story about a water leak in my flat. I didn't sleep. Couldn't even close my eyes without seeing those diagrams, now with my face superimposed on the victim. The next day, I contacted my internet provider, changed all my passwords, and factory reset my phone. I convinced myself that someone had hacked my device, that it was all just an elaborate scam to frighten me. I almost believed it too. 3 days later, I came home from work to find my apartment door unlocked. Nothing was missing. Nothing was visibly disturbed. But on my kitchen table sat a small metal object I'd never seen before. It matched exactly one of the components shown in the torture device diagrams, a custom thumbscrew with peculiar modifications. Beside it was a handwritten note. For your consideration, field testing appointment scheduled for Friday. I didn't pack. I didn't call the police. What would I even say? That I'd been browsing torture methods on the dark web and now someone wanted to demonstrate them on me. I grabbed my passport, wallet, and the clothes on my back. I drove straight to my parents' house in Scotland, 6 hours away, checking my rearview mirror the entire journey. I stayed there for 2 weeks, told them I was on holiday. When I finally returned to London, I moved to a new flat in a different area. I changed my phone number, email addresses, even deleted all my social media. I never went back on the dark web, never wanted to. It's been 4 months now, no more strange emails, no more unlocked doors or mysterious objects. I should feel safe, but I don't. Because here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. Whoever found me didn't do it through some dark web tracking. They found me in the real world. They had physical access to my home, which means they weren't just some distant internet bogeyman. They were close, possibly someone I know, possibly someone I still interact with every day. Sometimes, when I'm sitting on the toilet, scrolling through perfectly innocent websites on my new phone, I'll remember those diagrams. I'll remember how casually people discuss methods of causing unimaginable pain. And I'll wonder if the person who sent me that PDF is watching me right now, silently testing my new security, waiting for the perfect moment to reschedule our field testing appointment. Because that's the thing about the dark web. It's not just some abstract digital realm separate from our everyday lives. The people there are real. They live among us. They could be anyone. The friendly IT guy at your office. The quiet neighbor who always nods hello. And sometimes, when you glimpse their other life, they notice you noticing them. And they don't like it one bit.